Hello everyone, welcome again, and let's just start the Java development. Java web development tutorial. So in this tutorial we are going to cover the complete web development using JSP, Servlet and Mysql. So the very first thing you need to install or set up in your machine before you start the development. Three main things that you need to start the development with Java. So in some upcoming video we'll set up all the things, all the IDs and database, then we'll move to technologies and then start the development. So the very first thing that you need an ID to write the code. So we have option to use ID, like we can use Eclipse, we have STS tool, or we can use NetBeans. So these three tools are optional, you can use any one of them. Eclipse is also good and STS is also good. I will prefer the STS tool or Eclipse, so in all the videos. Next thing that you need a database, that will be your database. Database is like you can use Mysql. So Mysql will be the server, and to view or operate or perform the operation we are going to use Mysql Workbench. And the third thing that we need for this is server. For server we are going to use Tomcat 8.5 version. So the first thing you need to install ID, database and Tomcat. So let me show you a quick demo how can you install these things in your machine. So just I will provide a link in the description box, or you can search over the Google Java web configuration, Java web project configuration. You will find this link here. Also we'll put the link with the video, so you can directly redirect on this page. And the first thing, okay, we missed the one thing, is we need a Java also installed in your machine. So you must make sure the Java is installed on your machine as JDK. You can install any version, but it should be more than 1.8. okay, so here when you navigate to this link you will get how can you install JDK, it means Java. So these are the steps. Also you can follow this video, these are the video tutorial with the practical, so you can follow this, it will help you to install JDK. If you have already installed JDK, just verify to go to this particular location in your system, C program files Java, and verify this folder is available there, JDK. Next thing, the second step, we need ID. So I'm going to show you how can you install STS, or the process will be same for Eclipse also. So you can download the STS from this link or from the official site of STS. You download according to your system, like you are using Windows or Mac or Linux. So for Windows user, you can click on this zip icon, it will directly download it and it will download in the zip folder. So just extract the folder and run this icon. Okay, open the exec folder STS and whatever the release you are going to download. Currently release is 4.0, I guess, when 4.11 when I'm going to record this video. And the next thing is the video steps are available with this video, so you can follow this step as well. And just you need to follow this two step for to download and install IDE and Java. Then you can skip this part. And now just move to the database configuration, download this complete Mysql folder and install and set up the complete Mysql. So this video will help you to install, download and install all the required things, and that's it. The next thing is the server configuration. So you need to download server, so you can download the server Tomcat 8.5 from this link. And then I will show you in some upcoming videos how can you import and use this server when you're going to run the project. Okay, so I hope you understand like how can you download and install these things. So let me show you some view how it will look like. So when you're going to download the STS and you're going to run, it will look like this. And when you're done with MySQL setup, you will get this MySQL Workbench 6.0. So let me run it. Okay, so just enter into the connection and we'll operate all the operations, all the database operations here, and just download the server also and keep it at the location. Also we'll provide one more link in the description, so you can check this link. This link will help you to step-by-step guide to install all the things, all the required things. And so in the next video we'll discuss about all the technologies that we are going to use in entire web series, so you can follow them and start the development of the Java web project. So thank you so much for watching. Please start the setup. If you are facing any issue, you can comment me or you can message me directly, so we'll help you to set up this thing. Just you need to follow this. So I hope you have set up these things, like you have that MySQL STS tool at your machine and the MySQL is installed in your machine. So now these things are set up in your machine, then we can start the development from the scratch. So before directly dive into the IDE, let's discuss some bit about the technologies that we are going to use during this project development. So the first thing is HTML, JSP and CSS. This will be we are going to use for the front end part. It means whatever the design, and we are going to perform the HTML, CSS and JSP. To manage the request from the server side, to handle the request and response, we are going to use the servlets, and to manage the backend, obviously we are using to MySQL. To deploy the application, we are using to Tomcat. So what is an HTML? So you can see you know already this is the GUI design part. So whatever the element you're going to see in the page, like any heading, any button, any drop down box, or you can say any input field, these are designed, or you can say created by the HTML things. So what about the background things, like the designing things or makeover things? Like for example, if I wanna make over any button, I want to put some beautiful color, and if I want to add some shadow, I want to set a size of that particular image. So here the role will come with CSS. So the CSS will come to make over that particular element. So whatever element you are going to design in the HTML, that CSS is going to make over that particular element. Now let's come to the JavaScript. So what is the JavaScript is doing here? Some element, some operations that you can also perform in the JavaScript, like you can add a validation part at the front end. You can use, like for example, I want to add a calendar to select the date. So there I need a JavaScript, and we'll see some in detail like what kind of things we can perform in the JavaScript when we start the work. We already done with CSS and the servlets. Okay, so what are the servlets and how we are going to use the servlet? So servlet is a server-side programming which is used to manage the request and response. So as we are using the MVC architecture, it means the view part is going to send a request to the controller. It means if we write, for example, just take an example of login. So if user going to enter username, password and hit the login button, then the request will goes to servlet, so that this servlet will handle this request and generate the response accordingly. And we'll see these things in detail as in upcoming videos. So this is just introduction video about the technologies that we are going to use. And the MySQL is a database management, RDBMS, you can say, relational database management system, and that we are going to use. So our MySQL by default is running on 3306 port, and the username is root and the password will be root. So This is the workbench that we are going to use. So server, so to compile the server-side application or server-side program, we must need a server to deploy the application. So we are using the server Tomcat 8.5 to deploy this application in our localhost. Next thing, MVC. What is a model view controller? So we are using the approach or to manage the resources. MVC, it means like to manage the things properly, just the things like MVC is just the things that where we are going to manage the things properly, like view part, controller part, and model part. So what is the view part in this project, and controller part and the model part? So if I talk about the HTML, JSP and CSS will be your view part. Servlet and JSP will be work as a controller. So Servlet will always be controller, but JSP can be sometime view and sometime controller, because in JSP this is Java server page, so we can write the HTML code as well as Java code there. And the model part will contain all the transaction details related to the MySQL. So the process will be like, view part is going to send a request to controller, then controller communicate with the model will send a response to controller, so this controller will check the response and send to the view part. So for example, take an example of login application. In the view part, user can see two input field and the button login. User insert some values in the input field and going to hit that login button. That request will goes to the controller, it means to the servlet. Servlet get that data and send to the model will fire a query and check this particular user is available or not in the database, and then it will generate a response. Then response will get to the controller again, and the response will send to the view. So whatever the response is, if user will be invalid, then it will show in the front end user is login ID and password is invalid, and if user is logged in successfully, then it will redirect to the particular page to the welcome view. So we are using a Maven approach. So you can see in the image the Maven article, Maven project configuration will be look like this, and here you can see this is your controller package, this is your model package, and this is your web app is your view part. So we'll implement that complete things in upcoming videos. And let's talk a little bit about the Maven. So Maven is a beautiful configuration tool, and it's really useful. Like you can manage the dependency. So for example, I'm going to use MySQL thing, servlets thing. So I need that APIs to write or use that classes. So Maven make my job easy, and Maven provide me just some line of code that I can put in my pom.xml, and it will automatically add that particular API in my code. So for example, if I'm gonna use MySQL thing, so MySQL, I just need to add a MySQL dependency. It will add the library accordingly. So I don't need to worry about to manage the dependencies because we are using Maven. So Maven is really helpful. Also it helps to manage the dependency or the independent system independent. Like for example, I need to use MySQL and I download the jar file from the internet and use in my code. In future I want to move my project in one system to another system, one machine to another system. Then I have to check, then I have to move that particular jar file as well. But if we are going to use Maven, then we don't need to worry about. Maven will automatically download that dependency according to the version on that particular machine. So it's really good. Now we are ready to create or write the code and start the very first application in the JSP and servlets. So I'm gonna switch my STS tool. You can use Eclipse and the process will be same for both. So for my comfort, I'm using this STS tool. Okay, as we have seen in the first video how to install that STS and set up the MySQL. So right now I don't need any MySQL. We are just going to create a basic application. So we just need this Tomcat, this IDE STS tool. And the other thing, we need a Tomcat. So let's download the Tomcat from internet. So I have that copy in the Java that configuration. So I think in the first video, if you follow it clearly, you will already download and set up these things. So I'm just going to show you how can you use this. So just search Java Web Project Configuration, and you will get the code one link, code one Java Web Project Configuration. Here you can download all the things and install. Like if you need Java, you can go with Java. You can download Java and install Java from here, Java 1.8. And if you want to download the STS, you can download and use the STS. Also the video tutorial is also available for installation. I just need Tomcat, so I just move here and I can download the Tomcat here. But I have already downloaded the Tomcat and it's in my C drive. If I can show you, let me check. Yes, it's available here. So I just need to configure it with STS. So let's switch to the STS and create a very first Maven application. And also we have already discussed with the technology that we are going to use and the Maven and the architecture MVC. So hope you are clear with that. If you don't know, we'll provide the link in description box. You can follow this article and the previous video, so it will be helpful to understand these things and the technologies that we are going to use in the entire series of that particular tutorial. So let's create a Maven project, and so just switch to the STS, go to file, create a new, and go to file. So I need to use mouse. Okay, go to file, new, go to others, search here for the Maven, select a Maven project, click on next. And use default workspace location. That means we are going to use the current location of development. Click on next. So we need to select a copy here. It's retrieving the archetype. You can see the process here. So we need to wait until it's going to search all the archetype here. Okay, so it's there. We just need for internal and select internal from here, so it will show you the internal file. That's and select Maven archetype web 1.0 or whatever the latest version there. Click on next. So we need to choose a group ID. So for example, I'm going to say com, and the artifact ID, it means the project name. So I'm going to use a Java web application development, or you can say Java web applications. That's it, and click on finish. So it's going to process. Let it be complete process and download all the related files, and it will create a simple project for us. So now Maven created a folder for us here, which is Java web application, and in this folder you will get the complete setup of that particular project. Now you can see currently it's using J2SE 1.5, but we need 1.8. So how to change it? Right click on the project, go to properties and click on the project facts and select the version as a 1.8. Click apply and close. Right, the first thing is done. Now you can see an error here. So the error is related to the servlet. So how can you solve this error? Just open the pom.xml file. It's looking for the servlet dependency, but it's not finding that servlet dependency. So this pom will help you to manage all the dependencies. You can see currently it has a dependency which is JUnit, and you can see in the code as well the JUnit is available in this tar, but we are not going to use the JUnit now. For this time we need a servlet. So how do you get the servlet dependency? Just go to Google and search for Maven dependency for servlet. Search here, open the official website of mavenrepository.com and add the latest version of that. So here's the code. I'm going to just copy this and going to paste it here. When I save, the process is going to be building here, and you will see the one dependency is going to add here automatically. You can see now the servlet dependency API 1.3.0 alpha underscore 1.jar file is there. Now you can see the error is gone. It means it was looking for that API and it's not looking for you. So this is your index.jsp page, which will be your welcome page, or the first page that we are going to run whenever we're going to run that application. That page will be going to execute at the top. So I'm gonna set it like welcome message. So welcome to the Java web application development tutorial. That's it. It's tutorial. Okay. Now, how can you run this code and how to display this message over the screen? So before run it, we need to set a browser. So the output window. So go to Windows, go to web browser and select the Chrome here. So automatically it will run on the Chrome. And now we need to import the server. So let's run it. In process of run, we will add the server here. So run as, click on the run on server and just scroll it up and select the Apache. From the Apache Foundation, we need Tomcat 8.5. So select this Tomcat 8.5, click on the next, and now browse that your Tomcat project, Tomcat server. So my Tomcat is available in the C drive in my case. So I could just open the C drive and open this folder. Click select folder, click to finish. Now we deployed the server here. You can see the server is available now here, and it's going to start now and run the application. So it will take some time. So you can see the process is 4% yet. So we need to wait for a while. So it will be execute and show the output to us. So this is the simple demo or to create application, a web application, and which is going to show you a hello world program or something like basic things. So you can this way, and we can create a header or something. Let me show it. Let me see this. So if you want to read about this article or this process, you can follow this link. So we'll provide that link in the description, or share the link with you. So this also contain all the step in the step by step in the written document. So you can follow this also. So all the steps are available that we have changed there. You can see here. Now also the server configuration, you can download the Tomcat here also, and the next step run the application. So you can follow this, and this will be also going to help you. Now let's check the process. Okay, it will take some time, so let me pause the video and we'll get back to you. Okay, now you can see the server is started, and just go to your Chrome browser and you can see the welcome to the Java web application development tutorial message display. It means the application is done successfully. So whenever you're going to import the project, like deploy the server first time, it will take time. So if you're gonna try it second time, it will run automatically fine. So go to run as to for the next time. If you want to run it, just go to server, just right click on the project root folder, run as, run on server, and select the server, your Tomcat 8.5, and click to finish. So you can see the message here. So this is simple HTML page, and if you want to see how this welcome page is opening by default here, so just go to web.inf and check your web.xml, and you can see we didn't add it. If you want to change that by default configuration, we can add the things or code here. So we'll see in the upcoming videos how can we change this welcome link. So we'll set tag here, so it's not going to run index.html as a by default, but this is the later thing. So we're just going to see how the project is created in the how the new project created in the STS tool or Eclipse, or you can try it at your end, and if it is work, that's good. If you face any issue, you can comment me, or you can write a message to me. Will help you to do that. Also, you can go there and get the source code from the codec.com. So, and now let's run it, and I will show you how it's working. So we already deployed it on the Tomcat server. You can see the message that we are going to write there. It's displaying on the home page. Okay, so now let's move to the another tutorial, and I'm gonna open again codec.com, and here we move to the Java web application development. So we have done with the technology introduction, create Maven project, and this is the time to create a header and footer, to design a header and footer of the application. So for the designing purpose, I'm using Bootstrap, and this is just a CSS framework that we are going to use and to design the buttons and input box and all the design things. So here we are using some header part. So this is the simple HTML code, and let's create a file under this web folder. So just right click in the web and create a folder. So we are going to use JSP, so this will be my JSP folder, and this is the complete view part that we are going to use in this Java web folder, in this web folder. So let's create some more folders are there, images that will contain our image. Next will be CSS. If we are going to use any custom CSS, we'll keep that CSS here. And also the one more thing is JavaScript. If we are going to use any JavaScript things, we will keep it here. Now under the JSP, let's create a header file. So this will be our JSP file. So just search here JSP, like this. Let's create a header.jsp. Also we need a footer file here. So let's go to other, and again create another JSP file, and its name as a footer. Click to finish. Now we have a footer file, we have a header file, so just change the title. And also we are not going to use this code, so we are going to change, just leave it like this and just move to the index. So now this is only simple files, so we need to write the code there to integrate this. So how you going to add the integrate Bootstrap in your project? So there are two ways. You can directly download the Bootstrap library from the internet, so you can go and download and you can import that code, that libraries. Other thing, you can use this URLs in your header part, so automatically it will download or load that libraries. So just copy this and you can paste it under this header part, right? Yes. So these are the scripts that's going to load when that header will be going to run on the browser. The next thing, some navigation. So we are using this navigation code. Also you will get this code over the internet. Over the internet, and you will provide the link in the description box, so you also can grab it. So let's copy it and then try to understand what the things are going to be happening. So you can see when we are going to design any navigation or any header part, we need this code. UL tag. Under the UL tag we are going to use allies. So first one will be home, feature, pricing and disable. Let's change it. Home is okay, and let's change it login, and the next one is registration and contact us. And I need one more option, which will be our about us page. Let's keep it as about us. Okay, this is. Now I need to include like whenever I'm going to run the project, the index.jsp file will be my welcome file. So I must need to include the header here. So to include this, we have to use include tag, and will look like footer. Let me show you if I found some solution over there. Okay, this. So I'm just going to copy this line of code and under the index.html before body, I'm going to use this header tag. So now what happened, the complete code will come, the remaining code will come from the header.jsp, and we are using this JSP tag, and we are going to include this file, and this file header.jsp will come under the JSP folder. That's why I put this JSP/header.jsp. So now whenever I'm going to run the file, run this index.jsp, it will load load the header file, then it will show the. Let's run it and check the output. So you can see the header is there, and right now it's not working, it's just designing thing. Now in the similar way I can add a footer there. So already we have code, so to save the time I'm using this code, so you can also use, or this is the simple HTML that we are going to use. And so there are two ways to create a footer there. We can use a custom CSS simple footer. Also we are using the JSP and this bootstrap thing. So I'm gonna copy this. Let's just put it there. Copy this. Okay. And in the same way as I include the header, and I'm going to include the footer after the body part. Say footer. Now just refresh the page and see the output there. You can see the footer is there. And the footer code is simple. We create a div and where we are using the set that we add this text and provide a link using anchor tag, provide a link of that particular URL and passing this here. And this is the copyrighted from the okay, no problem. So this is the complete designing of header and footer, and in the next video we will see how can I navigate this, how can we use a navigation, how can we provide a link here for the other pages, and how can we design the registration page and login page. We'll perform the complete login registration example in detail. So if you don't know the HTML and these things, bootstrap thing, you need to go to Google and for the HTML tutorial. You can use W3 School to prefer the HTML tutorial, so you will understand this, how this HTML tags are working there under the JSP that we are using, head tag, HTML, CSS, body and all that thing, and similarly the bootstrap thing and CSS. before VSS you should go for CSS tutorial, and you can learn also the same thing from the CSS from the W3 school, so it will be good. And after CSS you need one more thing, which is a bootstrap. You can use any bootstrap tutorial. Also just go to bootstrap documentation. Under this documentation you will get all that things, like how can we design the particular things, like if I talk about the layouts and what kind of layouts I need, it will generate the code. For example, I need a button in bootstrap, so let me show you how can you grab it. Bootstrap, for example, registration page, I want registration form, and bootstrap buttons. You can see this is the official side of bootstrap. Here you can see the different designs. According to the design, the code and classes are there. Like if you want to use this primary button, you can use this line of code. Secondary button, you can use this. Similarly, you can grab it anywhere. It's really good. And other examples also there. Like if you want to add button group, you can use this div. If you want to use cards like this, you can use this code. So it's really cool, and you can use that bootstrap to design purpose, HTML and CSS. You need three things to you need to knowledge of these three things, like bootstrap, CSS and HTML to perform designing, and also the JSP to use include or exclude features. But now we'll see how can we add a slider and design a home page of the application. So to design the home page application, there are two things. We can add some slides there, we can add some background images. So we'll see both the example today. And to add the slider, again we need CSS and HTML knowledge. I hope you are familiar with this. So I have pre-built code here, so I'm going to just use this slider code, and I'm going to show you how can you implement using this code. So we already included the header and footer file, and this is my slider. I can put this code in a single file and include that. Also I can directly put that code in the welcome page. So let's see, I'm going to just copy this code again, and let's switch to my IDE and open the index.jsp file, and then under my body part, till now right now I'm displaying this message. So before this message, I'm going to use this code. I just enter control control. Okay, I just enter Control Shift F to format the code, and now it's in a well format. And now I need some images here, some slider images, for example. So let's download some slide images. I'm using this is for the tutorial purpose or learning purpose. So if you're gonna use or download any file from the internet, you make sure about the copyright issue. So slide images, not slider, slider. Okay, so where is the place? Okay, now we have that sliding images. So let's download some image and use them. And so I want to create a folder with the desktop that will contain all the images. Java application underscore image, and I'm going to use it to save it as a one as PNG. It will be good if you use all the same format, so I need them in a JPG format. It's in the JPG. Let's save on it, name it as a one JPG. Okay, and download one more file. This is the two. Again, two. It's okay. And let's download one background image. So for example, I need an image. Let's use this. No, this, no, 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 okay, let's use this as a background image. So we have downloaded, we have three images in our desktop, and now we need to create a slider and a background image. Okay, so let's refresh the page. As we add the code, you can see the icon here, but image is not displaying because the image is not available there. So how can we add this? Just open the existing folder where you have images. So in my case, I have this in the Java web application, this folder, and I'm going to use this one and two images for the slider. You can use more images, but I'm using only two, so I'm going to repeat them. I just copy that images in this image folder. Now you can see here in the image source, I need to pass the path of that image. So already that image is in that project name. So in my case, the project name is Java web application, and you can see the folder image. It's right, and I need to pass the image name like this. Same source, so same source of the image I can use in all the three texts. So let's see here. So I'm going to just change it here to the image name. I think it should be work now. Let's see and refresh the page. You can see the slider is there and the images is added, right? So this happening like the designing is going out or like wide and small because of the image size. If you want to fix the image size, you can fix it. Like if I use like I want to fix the height. It should be 200 pixel, or I can say 300 pixel. And the same way I'm going to use same height, I'm going to use in all width. Sources. Let's see it now. You can see now all the images are in the fixed size, which is 300. So this is the welcome page and the slider are there. And the welcome message is there. And also if you want to add some padding there, like it's not looking good, so if you want to add some padding in the welcome message, just put an inline CSS there. For now we didn't create a style file separately, so I'm going to pass a style CSS, inline CSS, padding. I'm going to pass padding, and it should be 50 pixel. I'll see the output. So whenever you make any changes in the CSS and you didn't find changes, just refresh the page as a hard, or you can use Ctrl F5 from your keyboard. and you can see now the slider is added, and that's good. Images is up to you, you can change it. And now if I click on the home page, now let's add a background image. So let's create a new page, or we can say this will be our home page. So let's create another JSP file and name as a home page. It should be our home page. So I create a JSP there, and I need also header and footer. Header and footer will be common for all the pages, so I need header and footer here also. So I just copy this, include footer, and it's showing me that why. Okay, this time this folder is, this file is available in the same folder, like the home JSP is available in the same folder under the JSP, so we don't need to pass the complete path of this. In the index it was outside, that's why I passed the complete path of that footer. Okay, cool. So also in the same way we can use the header. So before body, I'm gonna use this header part. Also, we can remove this tag because it will come from the header.html, header.jsp. Now between the body, for example, I need to add some text or something. Let's see. Let's add some text and see the example. H1 tag, and under the H1 tag, this is your welcome page, your home page. It's not a welcome page, it's a home page. And let's run it. And okay, we need to link this page also. So to link this page, we can pass the directly URL. Also, we can use controllers or some URL things. So let me show you one another way to add them, or I'll show you that things later. For now, we can add it directly. So just go to the header page, and the header page we need here in this home page, where I need to put the project name slash folder name JSP, and under this JSP we have that home page, right? So I can link it as a home.jsp. Correct. Now it should open. Okay, need to refresh. Oh, it's showing the web page, so we can remove the project page name like this. Need this. Okay, correct. Okay, you can see this is your home page. When I click on this home page, it's showing me this. Okay. So when I click this, it's showing me like this. And again, right now the controller is on the home page, and when I click on this home page, it will adding the JSP again and again. So I think we need to remove this. I will show you the proper form to manage this home page. So the navigation part, so it will be easy. We need to create a variable and controller for this, so it will be good to manage the things. But for now, I'm just using a static path here as a project name. So let's go to home page. Wait a second. Yep. Let's see now how can we add the background image. The main aim to add a background image here. So the next thing, let's add a background. So create a CSS. The very first step, we need to create a CSS. So just go to the right click on the CSS folder and create a file which is called style.css. Under this style CSS, I'm going to show you some code. You can directly put it there, and I create some custom CSS to design a division or container. So this is the code, and what this code is going to set, like we are going to set a background image in this home content wrapper class. So let's contain the URL and the page URL, or you can say the URL of that image. So we need a background image now. So let's go to our folder, copy this background image and paste this image under our image folder. I'm gonna paste it right here, and now I need to path of this image. So for example, it's already in the image folder. So image slash the name of image is back.jpg. Okay, that's fine. And the other class is overlay box, whatever the text we wanna show over the image. So this class will manage it, and this is a container and the welcome text, color and font size and all the things. Now move to the home.jsp and create a division and add that image and call that CSS here. So let's see. We'll create a yeah. So we are calling that class home container, home contain wrapper class here. Also the overlay and the container from the style.css, and this is the welcome message. So we can see welcome to web application development, Java web application, Java web app development. And now we are using these classes, but you notice we didn't link this style.css. So we have to link this. So we have two way we can include it here. Also we can include in the header, because we are every file we are including the header. So it will be good if we are going to add them in the header part. So I'm going to use a link, and this link going to be relative or the relation style.css style seed, and the source h. So it's under my CSS folder, so I need to pass the path of the CSS and child.css. Correct. It's not suggesting me the directory. Let's see if it does not work, we'll change it later. Style.css. Now let's refresh the page and check the output for the home page. This one. So you can see the message is there, but I think the CSS is not including. Let me check it. So this is our CSS folder, and if I want to put this here, it should work. Is it working? Yes. And so we're using a background image there. Okay. let me include this home.phs and it. Okay, now you can see the CSS is working. Actually, this is the folder in path issue, and like we are using CSS in the home page, and the home is already under this web and in parallel of CSS folder. So that's why we just take a step back. So by using the two dots, you can go a step back, and the CSS is deployed, and now we need to add a background, but it's not our background, so I think the image is not there. So let me show you how the image is not working. Is there CSS? I think okay, the background image is not there. Let's see why it's not coming. And so okay, the folder name is image. So we missed the name. Now we move to the browser and refresh the browser. What should be there? Again, it's not coming. Let me check it again and pass the complete URL. Might it will come there. Okay, I lost it. Let's run it again and check this. Okay, and you can see that's this cookies issue, and I refresh it, and the same issue. I just take a step back here. I use two dots images, like it's going to be a step back. So the current location of this is image, so it will take a step back and go to, then take a step back. It means it will come in under the web folder, then it will come to the image and grab that file back.jpg, and you can see the background image here, and it's showing welcome to the web application development. So it can be a web application or anything. So okay, it's really cool, and now you have that background image, the slider also, and this image also. If you want to go to see your slider, just open this so you can see the slider here. And so by this way you can add that things, and the design is complete now for the home page and the basic design. And now we are ready to move for the registration and login process. And if you have any question, you can comment me, or the questions will try to solve it. And now let's add a registration and login page, then we'll move to some coding part to perform the login and registration activity in the application. So here, as we are following the codec tutorial, so I'm gonna keep this three article for now, like data utility, and this I'm just going to move on the user registration for the designing purpose. After this, after designing of this user registration, we'll move to this utility and the server-side programming or the Java programming. So let's design another another page which is called registration.jsp. So let's create another JSP page. So I'm going to just switch to my STS tool, and I open the JSP folder. You can see here some files are already there. So I'm going to create a new file, and that file will be JSP. So I just select JSP file, and the file name will be user Servlet user view. User view means it's going to be a registration page for the user. So I'm not going to name as a user or registration. I'm going to set that name as user view. So I just finish it, and you can see a dummy page is there. So I'm going to change the page title. So the page title will be registration, or you can say the user registration. So I'm going to update it as a user registration. Another page, let's finish this first, then we'll move for the login. So we need some designing part. So it's here we have that complete code, I guess. Yes. Okay, so here I have that code for the registration. So let me copy the same code and we'll remove some unused code. So this is the mix-up code with JSP and HTML. So we just need a design. We just need to design a simple HTML form for the registration user. So let me this. So I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to paste it here. So the complete code, I guess. Yes. So here in this code, I'm going to just remove this. I don't need this. Just remove it. We'll add it later. So now you can see the title is user registration already, and now in the body tag you can see we included the header file, and which for now we don't need this Java or Servlet code. We'll add it later. So I guess everything is done now. Yeah, it's fine. So these are the single inputs you can see here. Let's understand this HTML code. So under the body part we include the header file, and then you can see the main. Under the main it's going to use this login form, plus this is coming from the bootstrap. So the body part is this. So here we are going to use a form, which is the HTML form, and for using for the registration. Under this form we have some fields. So these are the hidden fields, so we can remove it for now, like, because it's not in a use. Let me remove them. Yeah, remove this. Okay, fine. Now we have this field. So this is the field for the first name, you can see, and this is the field for last name, and just a bit. This is the field for login ID and password, date of birth, and mobile number. Also we'll update this phrase code for the designing purpose, and I will update this article. That is, I will update this article and provide this designing code above this text. Fine. So the user view is ready. Now I just need to include the user view in the header part. So exactly what we are doing here, we are going to add the link here as a registration page. So whenever I click on this registration page, it will show and the page will load. And so you can see under here in the registration page we need to pass the link. So JSP slash it's user view dot JSP. What does mean? It means like this, the location, complete location of user view dot JSP. It's under the JSP folder, so we put JSP slash user view dot JSP. And let's rerun the project and check it's working or not there. So as the application is logged in, so when I click on the home it will show like this, and when I click on the user view it's showing me error. So because it's taking an extra JSP page, so I'm gonna just delete this. So right now the header and user view in the same page, same folder, so I don't need to put this JSP, so I can use directly user.jsp. So when I click on the let me click on the registration. Let me run the application from scratch. So this is will be a home page. Click on the login, click on the registration. So this time it's not showing the user page, right? View. It's not coming. Let me run it again. If I put JSP this, then should we come? Okay, fine. So now it's working. So when I click on the user view, so when I click on the registration, but for the second time it's not working because it's taking an extra JSP folder here, and for that just remove it. So now you can see the registration page is designed and it's working fine here. Now we need to link a login page. Let's design a login page and link up it. So for the login also I'm going to use the pre-built code that we have already to design this. So let me share it. So I'm going to copy this. We'll remove the unnecessary code. So for the mapping purpose, this for this mapping will show you the another possible way to manage this thing. This is just temporary that we are passing directly file name here. That's not a good practice. But for now, for the displaying the result, it's necessary. In upcoming videos, we'll see how can we map proper URLs so it will not occur any error or it cannot be a reason of any error. So let's create a login page, another JSP, which will be your login view, and under this I'm gonna pass the code. So let's remove some Java code and just focus on the HTML things. Just remove it. Okay. So we are including the header and footer in the same way, and you can see one tag is there, one action form is starting from here and it's going to be end here. In this form we create some fields, and the first one is login ID. So user going to enter the login ID, this, and the password. So it's going to be a password, enter going to password here, and this is the button and the forget link with this. So this is your forget link. So now again let's move to the header and provide this path of the JSP slash login view dot JSP. So let's run this code again and check the output. Is it working or it's linked successfully or not? So click on the login. You can see the login page is there, even the forget link is also there. So now the designing part is done. Now we'll move to the programming part and we'll send some requests to the servlet. We'll in next video we'll create some servlet, some packages there. So we'll configure the Java part and start the programming for the server side and configure the database as well. Now we can directly move to the navigation part, correct? So when I click on the registration, you can see the registration is also designed. Now let's how can we manage this navigations. So let's create some packages, and if I want to show you, wait a second, it is Java project. Now it's not. So I'm gonna just going to update my Maven a little bit, so it's going to show me So the complete architecture. So whenever you need to update the Maven, how can you update the Maven? Just right click on the project and go to Maven section and update project. Select the force update for snapshot and release. Click on OK. You can see the process here that's going on, and it's going to update the Maven. So this Maven is updated. Now let's create a package here, and the package name will be Java. I can say the package name will be in a small letter always. So Java web application dot controller. So basically we need to create a file under this controller. So I'm going to create a controller here, and it's showing me like this. Exactly, we are not getting the package format here, so just go to your Java build path and add this and the libraries, and just change the Java facts. So I just change it to 1.8 and select the Tomcat here. So this is the setting. After this setting, you will get this Java Java src main Java. If it shows by default, if it not show there, you need to set up this kind of setting, so it will display here. Now create a package. Go to right click, create a package, web dot controller. So I create one package here as a controller, and I want to delete this one, that old one that I create. So okay, fine. Under this controller, I'm going to create under this controller. I just tell you one thing here. This package name is fine. We don't have any issue with this package name, but the standard package name should be in a small letter. So I'm going to delete it one more time, and I'm going to create a new package under this src main.java, and I create a package which name is Java web application dot controller. So it will be my controller, and under this controller I'm going to create a view class. So just going to create an interface, and this interface will help me to navigate all the things for the page navigation. Okay, so here I'm going to create a name which will be as a Java web app view. You can take the name anything you want. I just create a short name of Java web application. It should be JWA and the view. I'm going to click on finish. Now you can see this is a simple Java class. Let's move to the context area and check what can we do with this now. Check it here if it's available. So I need a proper format here, so let's just wait. I need another code, some simple code. So instead of writing the code, I have already written the code in some other project, so I'm going to copy from there. So let's go to hospital management, and if I go to under this, now it's a Spring project. We need a simple, okay, under the controller there is a PTS view. So I just create this, going to copy this format and upload this. So let's understand what these things are here. Let's do it here. So I create a string variable app context with a project name. That's done.
My project name is Java Web Application, so I put a slash here. I will show you why I put the slash here. And the layout view is the best layout, JSP. Just leave it as it is. For now we don't need it. And the page folder, so yes, we have a page folder with name JSP. Okay, and the Java doc view app context will know. Now let's discuss little bit about the URLs, how the URLs is made. Right, so if I'm gonna show you, you can see the URL is contain the localhost at 083 and the project name, and then the full location of that file folder, and then exact file and .jsp. For example, if I enter the login.jsp login view, so I'm gonna access here as a login view, so it will come from the exact location. So the project, the localhost at 083, the project name, then the folder, and then the file name. So now I'm going to use this interface for navigation or to manage all the URLs. Why I'm going to use this? Because for example, for everywhere, if I put the URL like this, and in case I have put like tens of place or hundreds of times I put this URL like this, and in future if I need to change some URL or some data, so I have to change the URL for every place. So instead of changing the every place, I'm going to use a single variable for that particular URL. So always the localhost and 8083 is a common name, domain name, and port number will be same. So and also the project name will be same. So now the thing is we have to play with this file names. So I put a application name in a variable and then the folder name. So now I need to, for example, I need to know, I need to navigate on the login view. So I just create a variable public string login view. Its name as a login view. And okay, the S will be capital always in Java. So now how can you create a URL? So first I need to create an application name. So I put a context plus I put a page folder here. Exactly, I need a page folder, and then the exactly file name that I need. So if I put it here, okay. And the file name is login view.jsp. So it's fine for me. But now at some point I don't need to the project name if you are gonna move from the servlet section. So now what I can do, instead of this header.jsp, I can directly call that variable as j, that interface jwa view dot. So I need to use a script like tux. If whenever you need to enter the Java code under the JSP, you need to enter the JSP into the script tag, and I put the tag here and I import that package dot, I calling this variable as login view. So and the express tag here, so I just put a equals to here, so this is going to be printed here. So now this is also going to work in the same manner. So let's run the code and check it's working or not. So I again run the code and click on the login. So it's adding an extra JSP or not showing the slash, so let me add one more slash there. Again go to this and add a slash here and run the code again. This time it's gonna work. Now this is, we need to restart the server. Whenever you need make changes like this on the server side, you need to restart the server also. So I just stop the server from here and I'm going to run it again. So you can see server is going to restart and it's going to log in, and I'm going to remove the cookies. I'm just going to clean the server now. Actually, it's not taking the slash before the JSP file, and I just clean the server, and let's run it now and try it now if it is working or not. Let me check it and get back to you. Okay, I just clean the project. So to clean the project, just miss. Okay, go to project and click on the clean and clean project. And second thing, just recompile this code. So I'm gonna remove this and paste it here, and it's going to recompile now. And let's run it again, and this time it should work. So when I navigate and click to the login, you can see that's there. But again, if I click on the registration, it goes fail because taking here is two time. It's two time. So now we need to create a controller, servlet controller related to the login view that's going to help to manage that URL from the server side. So in the next video, we'll make how can you manage the URL from the servlets, and in this you have learned how can you make the URL or manage the URL using interfaces. So again we are going to increase this use utility little bit, and we'll manage the URL from the servlet section. So now let's create another servlet. So how to create a servlet? Just right click, all the servlet will come under this controller package. So just right click on this package, go to new and check here for the servlets. If it's not available, go to others and search here for the servlet and select one servlet here, and here you can type a name. So for example, I'm going to create a servlet to control the login operation, so it should be login serial. So it means it's going to be perform all the operation from the login controller. So this is the name of my servlet. So for example, now you can see we have two methods, do get and do post, by default in this servlet. So we'll check it later. Let's run this servlet directly and check the URL mapping first, and then we'll show you. Then I will show you how can you perform the URL mappings in there. So if I run it directly, you can see the URL pattern is project name and then the login controller. So whenever I need to call this servlet, I have to pass this URL, correct? So let's create some mapping here. So we have one tag which is called @ web servlet. So this is the mapping, and I'm gonna put a name here, Servlet, and under this I'm gonna use a name. So what is the name of my servlet? And it's login controller, correct? And then I need to add a URL pattern, so I can change the URL pattern according to my requirement. So this time I'm going to use /this. So for example, if I need to call this servlet, I just pass what I need to pass in the URL and the web browser. I just need to pass this URL and then name of this URL pattern that I have provided here, which is the login controller. Login controller. So for easy way, I put the same name. If you want to change the name, you can change it like login servlet. Now you can directly call with this name also. So let's save it and let's change it here a little bit. And we need to restart the server, I guess. And let's run it again. This is running now. Let's run the servlet individually, and you can see it's running. And if I put the login servlet, so just keep it the same, and this is the way of mapping. So you can map your servlet here. And now our main focus was how can we call that URL using servlet. So let's create another variable here which is called public string, and the name will be public string login, and this time it will be login CDL. So here in this login CDL, I'm gonna put the name as name of my servlet, which is login servlet. So it's login servlet. So let's move it here and check it is correct. Yeah, it's correct. So before this, if you notice, we need to add up for the servlet. We need to add this project name as well. So I'm gonna add app context here. App context plus that particular servlet name. Now already also we have this, so this time I'm going to remove that app context, so we'll call directly from this folder, project folder, and login.view view. And now let's move to the login controller, and whenever we are going to call any servlet, it will call by default this toGet method. So here now this time when user going to click on this login button, when user where it is when user is going to call click on this login button, login link, it will call directly to the login controller servlet. So this time we will call the servlet. So when we call this servlet, it will call the toGet method. Now we do not have any design in the servlet, so we have to forward the request to the login view.jsp. So how can we forward the request? So we have one class here which is called request dispatcher. So let me copy the code directly so it will be easy and save our time. So that is, so we have one class here which is called request dispatcher. Let's import the We need to import the package. Okay, provide the page letter, and so you can see we are going to import this as a request dispatcher. So I'm going to create an object of this request dispatcher rd.get request dispatcher. Here I need to pass the page name. So what kind on which page I need to forward the request? I need to forward the request to the login view. So this time also I'm going to use the Java JWA view dot login view. So this time indirectly it will pass the login view URL here, and we forward the request here rb.forward. So request dot response. Now let's call the login controller. It's done. Here in the JWA view dot I'm going to call login controller. So I think now all the problem is solved, and it will run from any of page. It will work any of page. So I'm going to click on next, finish, restart the server. Yes, it's going to be done. So when I click on the login, it's calling login servlet, but okay, it's going to take another name that we have changed instantly. It should be login controller, correct? So let's clean the project and run it again. Now let me check the Java view as well. Okay, it's login controller servlet here. So I need to change it as a login controller. So you can see it's calling this. So I just change it as a login controller here. Now let's clean the project, and let's clean it and restart the server. Please, I restart the server and this time run it. Again, it's calling login servlet. Exactly, we need to call here login CTL. So it will rewrite like this. So whenever you are going to work with servlet, you have to be very careful about the servlet and changes that you are going to, because it's servlet the changes from the server side. So we have to clean the work directory and clean the server. So because of cookies, it's take the old changes, and it's really not easy to take reflect the changes instantly in this. So I'm gonna clean it up, and here also let's change something. Let's recompile this code. So how can we recompile this code? Just remove the code, Control S, save it, again paste it, and again save it. Let's try it now. Could work. Fine. So you can see now it's working. So now we are on the login controller, and from any page if you're gonna work, it will work like this. But if I click on the contact us and in any other page, home page, if you call registration, it will not work. But login will work from everywhere. So this is the proper way to manage URLs. In a similar way, we can link this user view. So let's do it very quick. So so to handle the user view or like registration, let's create another servlet. So I'm going to create a servlet which will be our user CTL. So it's going to control the users, and here I'm going to create @web servlet and name. So name will be, I can say, the user control, the same name, and just put a comma, and the URL pattern will be user controllers, correct? System. No, I think I did some mistake here. and to put it in the curly braces. Yes, I put it in the curly braces, right? So again, let's create a this picture, and should we request this picture id equals to new request this picture. No, it's not this one. We need a simple dispatcher. We will take page as input. Oh, yeah, no issue. Let's remove this, and here we'll pass a page. Let me move to the controller and check. Okay, request.get request. So it's going to be request. No, man, again I did a mistake. So indirectly we are calling this variable. So I just put a new, remove this new, and request.get request dispatcher, and here I will pass the path and rb dot forward request. Where is the request is now? So here I need to pass the page. So let's create a view. So let's move to the our interface and create another public string user cdl, and here will be have context plus name of our user controller servlet. So its name is user cdl. Okay, just put the name here and it's done. Now we need to create a view also. So I'm just going to copy this view and paste this, and here I'm going to enter the user view, and you can see the login view when we replace this user view as a user view. So you can see the name here as a user view, so I put the same name here. This is the name, user view. And now when we are going to hit this servlet, user controller servlet, the page should be redirect on the user view. So I call it as a JWA view dot user view. Alright, now it's fine, it's done. Okay, one more thing is remain. I need to pass the parameter here also. So let's call that servlet here. So when user going to, this is our designing page, and when user going to click on the registration button, it will redirect on the user controller servlet. So I put expression tag here, and I'm gonna call JWA view dot, just call this user controller. That's done. Let's run the servlets project now, and this time the URL will work fine. No? Okay, we missed this one slash there. So again we have to do some little bit of struggle. This user controller, what is calling here? Should be user controller like this, right? So let's do where we are doing the mistakes. Okay, I missed one slash here. Again, now I have to clear the servlet workspace directory and these things. Clean workspace. I want to clean the workspace. Okay, clean the project as well. Okay. Now restart the server and run it. Now I don't think so. It should work now. Yes, it's working. So finally, now from any page you are going to call the URL, it will not going to fail. So you can see. So this is the beauty of servlet response and forward method. So its home page is going to be. We will work with this home page as well. But for the login registration, it will never going to fail. So thank you, and And the same way we can change this home page also. So let's create this link, and then the upcoming tutorial will cover that home page. So we'll solve this issue like this. When you click here and then click here, click here and click here. No, no, yes, we'll solve this issue. So it's going to be work. And then we'll move to servlet utilities and the database connectivity. Now we can in the next upcoming video we are going to insert the data into the database. So when user going to registration, the data should be inserted into the database, and when user going to log in the application, the data should become. So before start the database connectivity, just check the utility package that we are going to continue, and under the utility package we will create some class. So let's create a util package and then move to the next. So let's open codec.com. That's going to help us to grab the code. And here we have some pre-built classes. Like the first classes we have data validator, and this will be our data validator class. And let's discuss some data utility classes. So we are going to work on some util classes that will be our custom class. The first class will be data validator, and the second will be data utility. Third will be servlet utility, and the next one will be data source. Database connection. So here we will create the data validator to validate the upcoming data. The database, whatever the data will come from the front end, somehow we need to verify the data. So we are going to create a data validator. Data utility to convert the data in one form to another form. So we're going to keep some pre-built methods here in data utility that will be responsible for the conversion, and the servlet utility is going to forward or redirect the request. So and the next data source we are going to create some database connection code here. So let's discuss them one by one, and in some upcoming videos let's discuss these classes, then we'll move to the database connectivity part. Correct? So what is data validator and why we are going to use? So some at the real-time scenario, when for example, if I'm going to register as a user, I'm going to enter some data here. So for example, if I enter this text as a name like John, so if I enter this name, this is the valid name, and it should not create any problem at the back end. But for example, if you want to enter like this or some special symbol, so it might be create a problem at the back end. So I have, whenever user going to enter some data from this input field, I have to verify this data. So to verify this kind of data for every and each field, I have to we created some data validator input field. So for example, I want to validate some input field. So here I create a method, and this is going to check is like particular string is name or not. So the method says public static boolean is name, and it will take a parameter as a string value and perform a regex on this to verify the valid name. And if that value, upcoming value, match with this name, then it will return true, otherwise else it will return false. Similarly, it will like verify the text field, it means the name and the last name, and some same kind of field that's where we need to verify the only text. Somewhere we need some password combination, so we will create a method password to verify the password, to verify the phone number, verify date input field, and null input field, validate the email fields. So This is the complete data utility class here. I think it should be data validator. Data validator. Okay, this class. So let's create another class under the util package. Before that, we need to create a data utility package. So in the same src main the Java, we are going to create a package which will be our util package. So let's create a package. So right click on the project, go to packages, create package, and enter the project name and the utility. Okay. So you can simple name it like util package, or I can say the name. Let it work for me. Okay, so keep all the letters as a small for the standard, as we are going to follow all the standards. So just keep it like this, and utility. Just click on finish. You can see the new package is created under our src main.java folder. Now just right click on this and create another interface. This time we need to create a class. So we're going to right click and click a class. The name will be data validator. So I'm going to use the same name, so it will not create a problem. If you're going to copy or paste some data, some code, and click on finish. So you can see a simple class is there which is called data validator. Under this validator, we are going to create some methods. So I'm not going to write the code, so it will take a lot of time. So I have the trivial code, and so I'm just going to copy this. We'll explain some methods to you, and also we'll provide the link in description or somewhere as a reference, so you can check the code and you can copy it like this. So if you can see, there is some errors, and let's comment it out for now, because we need some data utility class here. So most probably we'll discuss data utility in next video, so then we'll comment it out. Now the purpose to create this class is to create some validate methods. So I'm going to remove this code. Okay, let's remove this. So the first method is there. It's going to validate the name. So just validate the name or any text field, text input field for a simple string, and this is the roll number. If I want to check, like it's performing the regression regex operation, so this regex operation says a to z, like the string can be in a capital letter from a small a to z and a small letter a to z, that it will not accept any integer number or any special character. Otherwise, if your user going to enter that special character or integer number, it will return as a false. The next method is there as a is roll number. So it will take a string again, and if is there any number, then it will only return true, otherwise it will return false. So here we can say this method is going to work to validate the roll number. And for example, here the next method is there, which is going to validate the password. So there is some combination that we create, we create a regex that going to contain some combinations. So you can see it will accept the first letter as a to z, so it will be validate password, and the password will be like demo @ 123. So you can see the first letter will be capital, so say A to Z. Also it can accept all the letters small a to small z, and it will accept some integer and some special character, and the length should be 6 to 12, minimum length 6 and the maximum 12. Okay, so if the upcoming string, this string value will match this regex, then only it will return true, otherwise it will return false. So let's comment it out, just remove the comments, and here we are going to validate the phone number. So I'm going to enter validate the phone number again. It's phone number. So it will take again a string as an input and verify that number is phone number or not. Sometimes we need to verify the null value. So if user, for example, there is a possible scenario that user is not going to enter anything in the field and just simple insert the data, submit the data. So in this case, the null value will come from the input field. So we are going to verify if the value is null or not. So let's see here, and it's going to validate the null values. The next is not null, so the opposite case, this value is not null or not. And similarly is integer, that particular value is integer or not, and is long or not. So we are going to verify the data one by one. Is email same, and here we will verify the validate date. So we'll comment it out and we'll explain the data utility, so it will be clear to you. So now if you want to see the output and purpose of this method, let's see some output on the console. So to check the quick output, I'm going to create a main method here, and let's execute as a main method. So for example, I want to verify this isName method. So for like isName will take input as a string. So for example, I have a string value. So I need to enter a string value equals to I'm going to enter my name Bhupendra, or just enter the code one here, code one, and let's call the is name method. So just call the is name and pass the value, and let's return, let's directly print it. Out, and this method, we are going to print this method and just enter some message here. Check. So let's run this as a Java application, so it will show that result in the console. So when I run it as a Java console, so you can see the value is true. It means this is the string is name. It can be a name, but for example, if I enter here 1 2 3 4 5 6, I'm going to save it, and if user is going to enter this number, this time it will show as a false. It means it's another number. So this is the main use of this. For example, let's call the password method. Let's take another example and just call the password method. So, and when I call the password method and enter the same value as a password, let's see the result. Let's run it again. It's a Java application, so it's false. So if I enter some demo at the rate 1 2 3, then this time it should be written as a true. So you can see it's returning true. It means, so this is kind of check methods that we are going to use in an entire project. So we create a common class data validator, and it contains the lots of validates methods, and whenever we need to validate the data in the entire project, and we'll call the same class, and we'll create the object of same class and call that method directly. So it will be verified to validate the complete data of the complete input data of the project.
So this is going to be help us a lot. And to start the complete development in database connectivity and the transactions, we need to understand this class as well. So what is data utility and why we create it? So data utility is class that going to help us to check or convert some database, some data conversions. Like sometime user going to register in the application is going to enter some value. For example, for take an example of a calculator. So if a user going to enter some value as an input field as a decimal or in some integer, and then we have to convert the data into some other part, uh, other data type, then we just need to convert the data. So to conversion, we have created the separate class and that will be responsible for all the conversion transaction. If you can see, there is a method in this class is called get string data. So what this method is doing here, it will take an object as a string, as a object as an input, and going to convert it into the single string and going to send it. So similarly get integer, so it's going to take a string as a value and convert that string into the integer and return as a integer value. For example, you can see data validator is integer. So at the very first step, we call the is integer method from the data validator class. So this is the class that we have discussed in the last video already. So it's in the first step, it's going to validate. So if this condition is going to true, then it's going to pass the string value into the integer here. Same, the next method will be the get long. So let's create a class, then discuss about all the methods. So again, this is another my utility class. So I'm going to keep it under my utility package. So just right click and create a new class. The class name will be data utility, and click on finish. So here we have a simple class as a data utility, and let's copy this code. So I'm going to copy the same code and let's discuss all the methods one by one. So it will be easy and save our time. So you can see some error there, so we need to import some package. So just right click, just click on this red icon and import this package. And another, we have to import the data class from the util package, and the next thing timestamp, so we can take the util package. Actually the timestamp will come from not security package, it will come from the util package. So if I'm gonna enter the star here, remove that. Let's check the package name in the class. So should be sql.timestamp and data utility. Okay, so I'm going to import these packages. So it's going to remove my error. Okay, so now error is gone, and let's understand what is this code says. So if you can see, it's public static final string a variable name update format. So in the application, at many places we need to use the dates. So there should be a fixed date format that's going to validate the date. So in the entire project, we are going to use this format, the DD, and YYY. It means the month. So for example, Y, and so for example, it's a 07, and day is I think 15 and 2020. So this will be date format for the entire project. So whenever I need to validate the format, I will call this. Or sorry, whenever I need to pass a specific format for a date, so I will call this. Next here, the formatter, you can see we create an object of simple date format and pass our format here. So we can directly call this format. Now we have next method as a get string, that going to take a string as a as a input, and we'll check the string is not null or not. So we are going to create data utility dot is not null. So we are indirectly calling this method from here. It should be there in somewhere, so it's not null here. So we are calling this method and pass a value as a string, and it will validate the data and is null or not, and then we'll trim the value and send it to you. So it's something like it's take a string value, and we'll check the complete all two parameters. Like the first parameter will be is not null, and then trim the value. So trim means it's going to remove the spaces from the before or after the string, right? So we have next method is going to get string data. So it's going to take an input as an object and convert the Java object and to a string and send it to you. So and return a string. And get int. So get int is something called conversion. So it's going to take an input as a string value and parse that string value into the integer and going to return an integer value. Same get long, so it's going to convert string to long. So you can comment it like string to long here, and here you can see the string to int. If you're gonna see this, comment it out here like converts string into integer, and the comment here also convert string into long. So you can see the converts string into date. For example, I want to convert a string value into date. So here we have a class, we have a method date get date. So it will take a string, and you can see the formatter that we decided at the top. So the formatter here. So we call that formatter dot parse and pass the value. So it will return a date. Okay. And get date string. So it's going to take an input as a date and convert the date into the string and will return a string to it. Get date as a date is going to take a date and day as an input and get the date. So similarly, there are lots of these are the methods that's going to help the conversion. So these all kind of methods will help us to convert and validate the data and the entire project. So these two methods are very these two classes are very important for to use the entire project. So these are the utility. Why we keep this under the util package? So utility is something like that we can reuse the same code again and again. So we define the multiple methods here. So this method we are going to reuse these methods many times in the entire project. So when we are going to work on the simple and the real-time scenario, then you will understand the use of this. For now, just create classes and keep this code and understand the core logic of behind these methods while we are writing these methods here. So now we can comment it out. Like if you remember in the last video, I have comment some code. So just I'm going to recommenting this code, and this time I'm going to import the date package. Also you can see now the data utility error is gone because we have data utility now. So now we can validate the date as well. Okay. So we have done with data utility and the data validator, and just for the util package, two most important two things remaining. Just one will be I guess servlet utility, and the next one will be our data source. Then we are ready to move for the registration and the communication with the database. For the database also we are going to use the JDBC data source, and it's going to be very interesting for the next some 3 or 4 video. And so in this we are going to talk about the servlet utility classes that you find in our project entirely in our many project. So this is another utility class. So till now under the util package we have already two class, data utility, data validator, and the third class today we are going, and which is going to be our servlet utility. So let's create a class and then we'll discuss about it why exactly we need it. So I create a class here which is my servlet utility, and let's discuss about a bit like why we need the servlet utility. Like when we communicate with servlet, or if we talk about the MVC architecture, the view part is always going to send a request to server. So just open a notepad. So view is going to send a request to uh, view is going to send a request to server. It means servlet. And if we talk about the view, it means HTML or JSP. It can be HTML and it can be JSP form. So when we are going to send the request, and according to this request, the servlet is going to perform the operation. It might be going to forward the request to another page, forward the request, redirect the request. It's going to redirect the request. The second operation the servlet can perform is to redirect the request to another page. It may be add some attributes with this request, add message with request or response, right? So this message can be error message or some success message as a response. So every time when we are going to communicate with servlet, like for example, if you're following the series from initial and you have seen the navigation video, here you can see we create an object of request dispatcher and they're going to say forward the request at this login view. Similarly, we use many methods here, like to redirect, we are going to send some message, we are going to add some error message with the response so that view can take that response and we can print that. Sometime we need to set the data with this request so we can fetch that data at the front end. Similarly, it's going to help all the transactions that we are going to perform related to the servlet. So let's copy the code. So if we talk about this, like you can see the forward method. So here we create some custom methods, and this is also another custom class. It's not pre-built class in Java library. So we create this class, and if I talk about the forward method here, so it will take three input: the page, request, and response. So you can see it's again performing the same operation, but again the thing will come for the reuse the code. So we'll keep this method under this servlet utility class. So whenever I need to forward a request, I just call this method and pass a page and request and response, then it will do my job. So let's discuss about the redirect. So similarly, redirect will again take the page this is the page where I need to redirect the response, and then request and response. So it will use the send redirect and send that response to that particular page. Okay, so what the major use of the servlet utility class can perform here? So it can send request one page to another page, it can send error message, it can forward the page to redirect the page and get inside the list. Sometime with list or some request we have to set the list, and list indirectly we are talking about the data, and get the request, it means it's going to take the list from the data. So let's create a class under that util package, another class that's going to be very helpful in our project development. So I create a class here which is my servlet utility class, and type is already there. Okay, it's already there, we have created this, and just going to copy this code
So I'm going to copy the entire code and let's discuss all the methods here. So let's remove some code. So this is for the page navigation that we are not going to use for now. So we can remove this code and it will not confuse you. So just remove it. Okay. So let's move the very top, and why this error is coming here. It says okay. Again, do we have the error? Okay, done. So I'm gonna just format the data. So let's discuss the first method. Now, so it's going to forward our request. So it will take again three input and help to forward the request. And the next method will going to redirect our request, redirect response. Sorry, and the next we have the handle exceptions. It's going to handle exception and set the error message over there and get error message. So it's going to, whenever we are going to set the error message, it will take a message. When we are going to set the error message, it will help to take that error message from the response with the view part. So again we'll pass the property or the string value and the request. So it will set a request, it will get a request from this property, that's request, that particular string from that request, and return it to you so that we can print it directly. Same like this, here we are going to set our error message. So with this request we are going to set attribute which will be our error, and attribute is an error and it should be a message. So it's going to take a two parameter here. The first one will be attribute and the second will be a message. Same, we can get that error message whenever we want. So again it will take input as a request and going to get that particular attribute. So we are calling this attribute here. So it's kind of like this is the key and this is the value. So whenever I need to call let get error message, so I will pass that key. So I'm passing the key here. In the same manner, it's going to set the success message, get the success message, get parameters, set the list, and get the list. Also, we can remove this pagination part for now. So it's not going to perfume us. Okay. So we have that operation, set operation, get operation. So if I need to set some operations like save, edit, delete, or some this kind of operation, so we'll pass the key as an operation and pass the message here and going to take that operation here. So it's also going to help us really. So the mainly usable method here is that majorly going to use the forward, redirect, and set error message, get error message, set a success message, set error, get a success message, and set list and get list. These 4 or 5 methods that we are going to majorly use in this project. So how it will be useful? So let me show you one demo that the work that we have already done. So if you notice in the login.redirect, we are going to use like this. So we have to forward the request. Here also we are going to forward the request at the login.view login.view.jsp. So now we can comment out this code and just write the one line code, so you will understand the use of the servlet. So I call the servlet utility dot forward method, and here I just pass a page and my page name is as this. Okay, so it's going to forward the request to this. Also, we can create a base control. We'll do it later. Okay, so this time the same line will work as it will work previously. In the similar manner, if you want to edit the controller for registration, we can use this. So now we are going to use the same code here. Servlet utility dot forward page, and here what is my page? So it should be JWA or view package name dot. So I'm going to stop the server for now. It's a user view. Okay. So I didn't create. So this time also it's going to work in the same manner. Let's run the code and verify if that utilities are working or not. So see, it's working now. Let's see some more example, like how can we set a message and how can we get a message here. So for example, with this forward request, I need to send a message to login controller. So I just call the servlet utility and set error message. So I just pass the message here. And it should be like invalid data. So it's assuming this is the demo. Okay, and let's grab this request here. So we can where we can get this message. So it's going to forward the request at the login view. So let's move to the login view and get it to print. So let's go into login view, and for example here after the login this I'm gonna enter a message. So I just use scriptlet tag under the servlet and it's called the servlet utility dot get error message and pass the request. So here I just want to print this message, so I enter double equals 2. So this time it's going to print the message here for me. Is it? Okay, let's try not to terminate it. So let's run it again. Might will work. So you can see the message is coming here. So like this we can send a request message or something. So this is the exact use of the servlet utility, and in the real-time scenario we'll also going to work on that the many times. So it will be easy to understand for you at the later stage. So for now I'm going to remove this, and so hope you are familiar now. You are familiar with servlet utility. So we have done with 3 utility classes: data utility, data validator, data servlet utility, and now we can move for the data JDBC data source. Before directly dive into the JDBC data source, initially we'll cover one thing is property files, like how can we create a property file and how can we read the data from property files and what is the exact use of properties files. So this is the simple text file that we are going to create in our project, and that keep the values in form of key and value.
So whenever we need to call any value, we'll call just by the key. So it's like you can see here, this is a simple file which has a key as a URL and that contain the value as a JDBC MySQL, the complete URL of the JDBC. So here driver is a key and the driver is the com.mysql jdbc.driver is a value. So whenever I need to call this driver, I will just call this key, so it will directly call from this. It's kind of variable things in Java. So but this is a different file. From this file we are going to read the data. So why we are using it here, because we are managing the database URL and the database connection and the many things related to the database and other things during the project. So we want to use a common file to manage all these external things. So in case in future if I want to change this thing, I can just change in a single file, so it will be easy for us. Apart from changing on every places, it will help us. Let's see how to create a property file and read the data from this. So I'm going to create a property file. So I'm on the my project and I'm going to continue this. So under the resources, let's create a package. So we can create the package like this. So here let's create one package here and let's name as a Java web app, and under this folder let's create one property file. So this is, I said, simple file. So just right click on the folder, create a file, and the file name will be system.property. You can keep anything, just extension should be properties, and just click on finish. So now it create a simple file, and now let's define some value here. For example, I'm going to copy this code and this is the parameters that we are going to use to perform the database activity. So the first parameter, as you can say, is a URL, and this is the URL of database. So till now we didn't create a database, and the upcoming video will create database. Just for example, this is a key and this is a value. Again, this is a key and this is a value, and this is a username of database and password. And now the main thing, how can we read this data and how can we show? So let's create a model package and just try to read it out. So for example, okay, do one thing. Let's create a data source class here, and the database connection will show you the demo. How can we read the data from the system.property? Then we'll move to the database connectivity. So my class name is here, as I'm using JDBC data source. So just right click on this, create a simple class, and class name should be JDBC data source. And so this is the standard name, so you can change it and you can use it anything else you want. So now for example, to check the output, I'm going to create a main method here. We'll remove it when we perform the database code there. So just want to see the output, that's why we are creating the main method here, and we'll check the outputs here. So how can we read the data from the property file? For that we need to create a object of resource bundle. Let's create one here. Okay, so let me create the code, then we'll explain the code. So we have a class in util package which is called resource bundle. So I create an variable, reference variable as a rb and resource bundle and get bundle, and I pass here the complete name of my file. So in my case, in current location is this, so it's not a com dot, so I have to change this. So my current location of the resources is Java web app, name of this folder, and then file name. So file name is also system, should be capital S. So now it's fine. Now we have rb as a variable, and this variable going to call this keys. So for example, I need to call this key, this url. So I just call rb. So for example, the string url equals to rb dot get string, and I need to pass the key here. So in my case, the key is url. Let me check it again. Okay, let's see url in a small letter. So I'm gonna pass the url here as a url, and now I can print it to check the output. Is it working or not? So let's print it. Sys out. So when you print want to print, just the shortcut is just enter sys out and control space, so it will automatically enter this. So let's print a message as url database url is, database url is, and plus sign, and then we have to call this variable as url. So let's run it as this class as a Java application and check the output. So I'm going to run it as a Java application, and you can see it's calling that url. So for example, similarly, if I want to call another key, so I can call in the same manner. So plus, so rb as my object and get a string, and this time I'm going to pass another key here. So for example, I want to username or password, so I just call it as a and pass the password here. Let's run it again and check the output now. So you can see at the end it's added the root here in the string, so it's calling the password. So in this way we can call the value from the resource system.property files. So this is the quick demo of how can we read the data from the external file in key value form. So by this we're going to call in the entire project, we are going to this system.property file to create database connections. And for other key pair value also, like if you want to see some error messages or something, we are going to use it on.
What is exact JDBC data source here? So if you're going to read the definition, JDBC source is an interface that extends common data source and paper classes. This is an interface and going to call and extend two classes there, common data source and paper class. And it has two methods like get connection and get connection, which contain two parameters, a string and password, string username and password. So if you approach the traditional form of database connectivity in Java as a driver manager, so you can also use the driver manager to create a connection, or this is the alternative way. But if we have driver manager, why we are going to use the JDBC data source? So this is going to solve our JDBC connection pooling problem. Like JDBC is going to solve JDBC data source is going to solve our connection pool problem. So what is a pool here? So you can see here the definition says a pool is a group of resources that is ready to provide the service. The biggest advantage of pooling is reusability of the resources that helps to improve the performance. So for example, let's take a real-time example. For example, if I'm going to use a driver manager, so I have to, whenever I want to, a new user going to interact with the application or database, it will open the connection and then code close the connection. So instead of the every time opening and closing the connection, what happening here, the data source create a pool, like it create a hundreds connection. So and if a user come into the site, it will pass one connection from that pool and it's going to pass to the second connection. If the second user will come, then it will pass the second connection from the pool, and when user goes from the site, is not using the connection again sent to the pool. It's not going to destroy. So then whenever the next user will come, you don't need to create a new connection with the database. It's going to take a connection from pool. So it's going to improve the performance, or you can say. So you can read the complete definition. It also says the same. And so let's see one a small example in driver manager. So how can we connect the database with in driver manager, and then we'll go with a JDBC. In the continuity or with the project, we are going to use JDBC data source. But for learning purpose or your understanding, you should know about the data manager, driver manager. So let's move to the IDE, and I'm going to continue in this main class, and let's see how can we read the data from. So before creating the code, just move to the MySQL workbench. I hope you have installed this and it will work like this. So whenever you're going to open this, if you are not installed this MySQL workbench, so you can prepare the link Java web project configuration. Search here Java web project configuration, go to the code one and find the tutorial for download and install the MySQL. So it seems, let's see here the database configuration, and you can download the MySQL from this link, and you can follow this complete video to install and run the MySQL workbench at your machine. So let's come to the point and create a new database. So for example, I'm going to create a new database here. So you can see here this icon. When I click on this icon, I can create a new database. So for example, I'm going to create a database for Java web app or something, or Java web app tutorial. Say, you can say Java, it should be in a small Java web tutorial. So this is my database name, and it will consider it as a small data, so just keep it as small. Click on apply and click on apply again, click on finish. You can see where it is. Okay, this one. So Java web is the database, my database name, and you can see the structure. It contains tables, views, stored procedure and functions. So right now we are going to create a table here. So right click on the table, create a table, and for example table name is a user, so I just put the table name user, and let's enter some ID, and it should be primary key. Just create it, and I can do this auto increment, so it will automatically increment there. So the second field will be name and then password, for example. So I just put it pass and click on apply button, and you can see when I click on finish. And now if I want to see the table data, so just you can see the user table is here. Just right click on it, click select rows, and you can see ID, name and password is there. So now let's insert some data in this table from Java code and using driver manager. So how can we perform that? At the very first step, I need to create a driver connection. So class, so I'm going to use class dot phone name. Here I want to pass my driver. I need to pass my driver, so I'm going to use MySQL. So com dot mysql dot jdbc dot driver, and it will throw a exception, so we have to use a try catch block. So it should be in try catch. Now I'll just create connection with instance of driver manager. So I'm going to use driver manager dot get connection, and I'm going to use the third one with 3 parameters. So the first parameter will be the database URL, and the second will be the password, username of the database, and third will be password. So what is this get connection going to do? So the get connection is going to connect with database and create a connection and pass to the statement. So the first parameter will contain the URL. For example, if I want to communicate with some application, for example, you are going to communicate with some create connection with some application. What do you need exactly? The URL of the application. Like if you want to log in into the Facebook, so what you need to log in the Facebook, the URL of Facebook and the password, username and the password. Similarly, if my Java code is going to connect or communicate with a database, so it need a URL, so we have to put the URL in the first parameter and then the username. So in my case, the username is root and the password is also root. The remaining thing is the URL. So how can you generate the URL? For that, I want to show you some syntax. I have already the code, so yeah. So I'm going to just copy this. So URL is defined on the database. Right now we are using the MySQL, so the URL is JDBC column MySQL column / localhost, and this is the port number on which my MySQL is running, and this will be your database name. So in our case, the database name is Java Baptut. So I'm going to replace this as a Java Baptut, and you can check the port number here. My school server is running on 3306. That's why I put here the 3306, and by default it's running on the 3306 only. If you're gonna manually change this in the database, so you have to change it in the code also. Now it's also going to throw an exception, so just add a catch block there. So right click on this icon and catch. Okay, that's done. So what it will return, as I said, it will return a connection that we are going to hold into the reference of connection class. So you can see we have connection in the con. Let's check the connection. Just print the connection, so it will return output. Everything is going fine now till now. So I'm going to print the connection. So I just enter con there, and let's run it as a Java console application. So there's some error. It says Mysql JDBC. It says class not found. Okay. So one more thing, we need a class. We needed this driver class. Where you get this driver class? Since we are using the Mysql from Maven project, so we don't need to worry about the jar files about the Mysql. So indirectly you can say it as a Java connector. So Java connectors are, so we have two ways to import the jar. Manually I can download the jar from the internet and I can put into the library folder, but this is not the right way. So if we are using Maven project, so just open your form.xml and go to internet and search Maven dependency for Mysql. So the dependency should be according to your database version. So my version is, I guess, 5.6 or something. So you can if you are using latest version, you can go with latest API. So just copy this code and you can put it there. But in our case, we are using Mysql 5.6, so we have already this dependency here. So that's why we are going to I'm going to use this one. So I just copy this code and I'll just paste it here. Okay, one error is missing. Okay, done. So you can see when I paste this code here, and in the Maven dependency tool, I can see the MySQL connector is there now. Now it will find easily. It can be when we'll run this code, this driver class will be there. So just right click on JDBC data source, go to run, and then as a Java web application. Okay, this time the connection is done. Now let's insert some data there. So con dot like here we are going to create a statement. So statement stmt equals to con dot create statement, and in this statement we are going to execute a query. So we need to pass execute update, and here we are going to pass insert query. So insert into, as my table name is a user, and one column is auto increment there, so we need a name and pass my column name and the values. For example, I'm gonna pass p, so I'm gonna pass code 1 and the password is code 1. Sorry, the password is also come in a text. It should be code 1 at the rate 123. That's it. Fine. So now my table column name is name and pass. Let's verify once. So this one will open it again. Under this, I want to see the table, user table. So you can see its name and pass. ID is auto increment, so data will be inserted automatically there. So let's run it and check the output. So it's done, and let's check. Just refresh this table. I'm gonna fire this query. So you can see the one ID is auto increment and code 1 is there. So this is the way where we can use manually. We can use the driver manager Now let's comment this code and talk about the JDBC data source class. So how can we implement the JDBC? So this is enough from the data manager, and basically we need a data set. We are going to work on the JDBC data source, so we must use that one. So now if you are going to work with JDBC data source, you have this code already. So I'm going to just copy this code, and I'm going to use this one in my JDBC class, the entire class. Okay, and I will explain you in a while. Okay, just import all the necessary packages here. So this is the combo now. No, it's not finding the value. Just wait a second. So we need we need to import some required packages. I'm just going to copy this. No, I'm not going to copy it. Okay, that's working. And I just put them here. Okay, one dependency is missing, so let's search that Maven dependency for this class. So we can directly search here as Maven dependency. Open the Maven dependency for this, and then just copy this code and keep it in your pom.xml. So this is searching for that class and it's not finding, so we add the dependency there. Now the error should go on. Yes, it's gone. So why the error is there? Because it's repeating twice. Let's remove the one. Okay, just fine. That's fine. Connection driver. This thing we are not going to use here, so we can remove it. Okay, so now, as if you remember the in driver manager, what we need: URL, username, password. Apart from them, we need more thing here to create a connection, like the initial pool size, maximum pool size, minimum pool size, and the timeout. So the initial pool size will be 10, like minimum user connection that you're going to create from the database. Maximum is 100, and the pool size, minimum pool size is 10, and the timeout is 10 seconds. So like if connection going to idle for the 10 second, it will be automatically close. It will be automatically moved to the pool. So now where we have the URL, username, password, all this thing in a system.properties. So professionally we need to read the data from there. So for that we are going to use again the property or resource bundle class to get connection. So here in the RV we have that complete data in key value form. So we create a connection pool here, and in the connection pool we are going to set JDBC URL, and we are going to read this URL here, rv.setString, and passing the key here as we pass in the earlier tutorial to read the data from a property file. And similarly we set the username, password, initial pool size, acquire, increment, maximum pool size, max idle time, and the minimum pool size there. Now let's move there. What is the error in this? So we need to import some class here, the connection class. So here another class is there which is get connection. Another method is there which is the get connection, which is going to return a connection class, and you can say the connection. So we just call this get connection .cpds.get connection, get instance.get connection. So it means it's going to instantiate whenever I will call this get connection method. Automatically it will instantiate and create an object. Here it is. And the last method we have is a get close connection. So this is going to use for the close the connection. Okay, so the JDBC is done, and
let's check the connection with JDBC, it is working or not. So I'm gonna call this connection method here. So let's create a main method again, so it will work as an application, and then we'll implement in a coming tutorial, we'll implement this in a real-time scenario, in a real-time database. So I need to call the get connection here, but since it is not a static method, I think we need to create a connection. Maybe we can data JDBC data source. No, it's not like it. I just need to pass the class name. This one. We can create an object of this. So it's going to return through an error, so we have to surround it in a try catch block. That's fine. Now let's print this connection. This is out, and I want to print this connection. Let's run it and check if it is working. So we need a connection object. So again, run is a Java application, It says something is missing, can't find the bundle. Okay, it's not able to find this. Okay, so we need to change it as our current location. So as Java. So I'm going to pass the name or path of this file. So it's under the Java web app folder, and that's it. And the file name is also capital S. System. Let's run it. So it's done. It's not passing any error. So connection is done. And it's for passing this. Okay. So the basic connection is there, like it's working, and let's continue in the next tutorial, like how can we move to the real-time implementation with its JDBC data source. So and next we are going to create a connection, we are going to create a tables, and we are going to create a forms. Like from the registration form we are going to insert the data, but indirectly we are going to work on the models, and model will call this JDBC data source. And you have already know like how can we set up the database and how can we create a table there, so it will be easy for you. So the very first I need to create a database, so I just switch to my Mysql, or I create a post here, so you can refer this. So to perform that particular activity you need to follow some step like design registration page that we already done here, and the next step create a database and table in Mysql workbench. So this is we are going to perform now. So this is the code for designing. You can also prefer this code if you are not following the video from the first. And now let's create a database here. So directly I can create a database, or I can create database here by this command, by this script. So I'm just going to copy this script here and switch to my Mysql. So if you want to run any query here, so just click on this SQL plus icon, enter the query and execute it. So now if I'm going to refresh the database, you can see the Java web
project is database is there. Now we need to create a table in this database. So another option that you already seen, like manually we can create a table, otherwise we have a code, just SQL scripts that we can directly run. So let's run this directly, and I'm going to remove this. Okay, so it's going to create a table which is name is user under the Java Web database, which has a field ID, first name, last name, login, password, DOB, and mobile. So I'm going to run this. It says there is some error and you have an error exception. Check the manual text. Okay. Okay, first I think I'm gonna copy this. So I have to change this. Yes. So I just change this in a single inverted comma. I think it should work now. Okay, fine. And the ID will not be a string there. So let's use it like this. Okay, other option we have, we can directly create. So we need this table. So just right click on the table, create a table, and the name is user, and we need ID, column name, the first name will be ID. Always keep a ID there, so that it's going to help us, and this ID will be primary key and it should be not null. And the next field we need is first name, so I'm going to enter the F name. It should be work here. I'm going to enter the last name, so last name, then the login ID and password. Should be password, DOB, so I'm going to enter the DOB here. Next thing, mobile, it should be your phone number, it will be your phone number, right? So these are the things that we create. I'm going to just delete this row, it's extra. Okay, now just click on apply and click apply, finish. Now you can see the new table is there with a username. So whatever the data user going to register from the front end or from our registration page, it will insert here in this table. So for that we need to create a bean object for this user. So now we are going to use the bean package, and it's not there yet. So let's create a package named as a bean. So right click on this, create a new package, and the package will be .bean. Okay, it says it should be in a small letter, so I'm going to enter Java app bean. So you can see new package is there. Now let's create a class here as a user bean. Under this user bean, I'm going to insert some data. That's beans. Okay, that will work, not an issue. So we have some fields. These are the attributes or column name: the first name, last name, login ID, password, DOB, and mobile number. So DOB is a type of date, so we need to import the util package here. So I'm going to import the util package here. Now we need to create a getter setter. Directly you can copy this code, or I can just right click here and go to source and create a getter setter for these variables. So you can see the option generate getter and setter, and I select all and I create a getter and setter methods here. So whenever we call this user bean object, it will create an object of user, and we can easily set and get the data from this user bean. Now if I move to the user model, so now next thing, bean is done. Now we need to create a model that will be responsible to handle our database operation. So basically in the page of we are using MVC model, so it's a model view controller. So here the model will be responsible to handle all the transaction that's going to be communicate with the database. So let's create a user model class under the model package. But until we do not have a model package, so at the very first, just create a model package. So I'm going to copy my package name and just create another package here, which will be our model. Let's create a small letter everything small as a package name, Java web application. Okay, this model should be small. Okay, finish. Under this model package, create a user model. So this class will be responsible to handle all the user operations. User model. When I create a class, now indirectly this is going to help us to add the data into the database. So let's create a method in this class that's going to help us to communicate with the database. So I'm going to just copy this code and will explain all the way how it's working. Okay, we need to import some packages, so I just import SQL there. Prepare statement should be there, result set, okay, and the user bean should be, and I'm going to import this. So the concept is indirectly we need to add the user. So this is the method under our user model which is going to add the user. User will come in the object form of a user bean. So as we create this bean, we'll set the bean from somewhere when the user send the data from the front end, and the data will handle by the controller. Controller will set the data to this user bean object, and then this method will get as an input that particular user object. Here we have already connection in the JDBC data source that we have done in the last video, and so here we could just call that get connection to create a connection, and it will hold by the connection variable, and we create a prepare statement as we done before. So here we pass a query insert into user values and the question mark. This question mark will be count like number of columns that we have to send. So there is a 7 question mark, so it will send the data here. So what data should be inserted with this statement? So the first statement dot set long will go to the next pk. So what is the next pk? It means we have this primary key here, so we also insert in the first column the primary key. So what we create an method which will return a next primary key, and this is going to select a max id from the user. So whenever we call this method, it will communicate with the database and call the maximum id here. So and return the pk plus 1. It means if for example here we have a record with id 1, so it will return id 2. So the next id is going to insert into the table, it will be 2. Similarly, set string suit at the second question mark, it will send the first name. So where that first name will come, as we already said in the servlet, so it's going to be catch here as a get first name, last name, login id, password. And here we are using we are going to set the date format, data as a date, but data will coming into the string format. So here we are going to convert into the this data into the date. Now the statement is the last one is a mobile number. Now we are going to execute update query. A statement dot execute update query. It means that the statement should be fired, then this method will call, and it will return a value integer 1 or 0. If the data is inserted successfully, it will return 1, otherwise it will return 0. Let me verify one thing, what kind of data type we are using in the DOB as a date. So our DOB type will be date here. So let's move to the database and change it into the. So if you already created the table, easily you can alter it. Right click, alter the table, and we are going to change the data type of this. So this type should be a date. So I'm going to insert it as a date. It should be there. Okay.
Now it's date type, click on apply. So alter query is going to fire and it's changed now. So here exactly that we are doing, we are going to convert our string date into the date type and we're passing this. Okay, that's it. So whenever we need to insert the data, now the work is very easy. Now we just call this method and send the user object that user data will be inserted in the database. Let's move to our controller, and we have to create another controller. It should be our register, you can say user CTL. Okay, user CTL is already there, not need to create it. So if you can see, we created this and we have to okay. So let's move to the user view. So when we are going to submit the data from the front end, it will send the data to the post method. So we are calling here servlet, in which servlet the data should enter. So it should be, what was my package name, is JWA view dot user control, and it should be expression. Okay, so this time the data will hit to the post method. So whenever user is going to submit the button, it will hit to the post method under the user control. So in this user control, it's going to hit to the post method. I'm just confused. Okay, it's fine. We have defined this as a user CTL in a capital letter. Okay, that's not an issue. Now the data will handle by this post method. Now let's see how can we read the data in this post method and process further. So for the reference, I'm gonna copy this code from here and will explain you that in the detail. I guess my mouse is not working properly, but let's make it in a text, and now we can copy it. Done. Now the very first line, it's creating object of user win that we create, and the second step we have to read the data from servlet, from JSP. For example, that when the user going to submit the button, it will hit to the user controller and send the first value as a first name. So name of this input field will be, we have to use there. So this is the key, or you can say name of this field, and we are going to catch this field here as a request.get parameter. So from the view part, JSP to servlet, data will come in the form of request, right? So we are going to get request.get parameter first name, similarly request.get parameter last name, request.get parameter login. So what is this first name, login, password? This is the name of our field that we are going to put in our JSP. So this is the last name and login, the password, that's the thing. And now if I talk about why we create this user bin, so this is the user bin that we are going to set the data from this object. So it will be easy, like manually I can set, I can't use every field manually, so I have to create an object. So as I create this object, and this object is going to set as a user.set first name. So whatever the first name will come from the front end, we have set as a user object. So now just import the data utility. As I told you before, we need to lots of conversation, we need to use lots of conversation, so the data will come into the string form as a DOV from the front end, and it will convert into the data. So we are going to use data utility dot get data get date. Okay, that's done. Now
Again we have that user object ready, and now what is the next step? Now we have to move to controller to model. So we have already ready create a model here for the user, and this user is ready to get a add user. So we call that add user method user model dot add user, and just pass this user object. So user object is gone. It means user have all the property, first name last name we already set there and send to the user, and it will return, as I told you before, this method going to return an integer value. So we are going to hold this value here in a long value I. Now we put a condition: if I is greater than 0, it means send a message, set successfully message, user registered successfully. That means if this I will be 1, then it will send successfully. If it will return 0, then not inserted or something going wrong, and we are going to redirect the data. At the end, after registration, we are going to redirect the data user to on the registration.jsp. In our case, it's not JSP. In our case, it will be let me check here. It will be user view. So what is our user view URL here? So I'm going to use my JWA dot we need to import the database, that package here, JWA view dot user view. So it will redirect on this URL, and this already you know how we implement this. Just remove one extra semicolon. Okay, that's it. Now it will go to this add user, send the data, and return a message. Now if you check the user control, we are going to set a successful message and error message. Somehow we need to show this data at the front end, so we need to handle this here. So that request will come to the controller, and again controller will send the request to JSP, to this JSP user view. So in this user view we have to handle this data. So let's move to the user view and check how can we handle the data here. Let me check the code is available here. No, it should be there. Yeah. So I'll just copy this. As you know, we already created in the servlet utility to get error message and the set error message, all the methods are there. So we are indirectly calling servlet utility dot get success method. Here we are going to set the method error message. You can see the both operation as a set, and here we are going to get it. So I'm just import the servlet package in this JSP. So this is the beauty of JSP. Like in JSP you can in JSP you can write the Java code as well. Okay, so get success message. So whatever the response will come from the servlet, the JSP will catch and print the message here. Now like everything is done, I guess. Let's run the code. Okay, one more thing, in the system.properties, make sure the project name, the database name is correct here. So as in my case, it's Java Web, and in your case it should be same. Okay, let's run the application all the way and check if it is working or not. So I click on the registration and set the data like user demo user @123 it should be like an ID, so I'm going to user@gmail.com. The password is demo@123, the DOB, so I'm going to insert 0/09 let's say 1992, and the mobile number, any 10-digit number, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So you can see the message here is user registered successfully. Now check the database and refresh the table, and you can see the data is inserted. We can put some CSS also here, so it will look beautiful. Like let me do that last effort.
Okay, like this we can use h2 tag or h3 tag here, and I'm going to close it. Okay, okay, I'm going to put this under the h3 tag, and the same thing we are going to perform here. And should be h3, see it, and put these messages in h3 tag, so it will be like a bit bold, and put a style there. So style, color, and if it's success method, it should be green. And same, just put the style in this heading also. So style, color should be right. If there's something wrong, it should be right. So now let's run it again. Okay, it's already running, so just check it now. Submit. You can see it now, and the user data is repeated there. You see the second data. Okay, so that's it. By this way you can register the data. Now let's move to the login, like how can we perform with the login. So if you see the database, we have already logged in or created insert the data as a user. So I'm going to just delete one row because the duplication is there. Okay, so now we are going to register as a user and going to log in with that particular user. So how can you implement the login operation there? So just flick to the STS tool, and I'm going to close everything from last tutorial. Okay, so in the login process also, let me explain the brief about the process that we are going to perform practically. So from the login view JSP, we are going to send the data to controller, and that controller, user controller get the data and send to the model, and model will check that particular user is available or not in the database, and then send response to again servlet to this user controller, and the user controller will send response to again login view or JSP. So let's start the process, and here we are now on the login.view login view.jsp. So in the action, what should I need to call here? I need to call again just user control. So this percentage call, and what's my package name here is JWA, but my interface name JWA view dot, so it's user control, and again the data hit to the post method. Okay, so now let's switch to the article and check what is the steps. So the design the login form JSP login JSP page that already done. Create a login method into the user model that we are going to perform, and then login controller. So now let's create a method under the user model that's going to get the user login. So I'm just going to copy this method as it is and open my user model and add another method here in the user model to get login. So what this method is doing here, it will return a user bean. Okay, that's fine. So the method name is user login. It will take two parameters as login ID and the password, and you can say login ID and password, and when it will create a connection with the database. So we have that already implemented JDBC data source get connection, and here we are going to fire the query select asterisk from user table where login ID is question mark and password is question mark. So we are going to set a question mark. The first question mark will be our login. This will come from here, and the second parameter will take a password, and finally we will execute the query here, and it will return a result set, and
if result set for the next, it means the data is available for the user. We will get all the data of that user, like id. You can say the rs dot result set dot get long. It means it's going to return id, and then first name, last name, login, password, due, etc. And here, now we are going to set the data to this user object. So as we create a user bean and we create a user object, it means in the bean we have created a user object and return the user object by this method. So whenever we need to check the login, we'll call this method, pass to parameter login name and password, and it will return a user bean if the user is available. Otherwise, it will return an error. Okay. So now, apart from user controller, let's send the request to login controller. So login controller will be responsible to check the login operations. So here we have login controller, and just move to the post method into the login controller. Again, we are going to follow the same process that we have follow in the registration. So in this do post method, in the do post method, I'm gonna just copy this code, so it will help you. Okay, our bean name is user bean, our bean class is user bean. Okay. Oh, we need to import it also, so just import it and import the user model. This, okay, done. So now we create an object of user bean, and we get the parameter from the front end, like it's view going to send the data, username and password as we did earlier. So login and the password, the name. So we are going to get that login name and the password here, and it will be in login and pwd. And now we'll call the user model a dot user login method that we have created into the matter into our user model, and pass this login id and password here. Now, okay, we need to add one more parenthesis here. Okay, it's done. Now it will return an object of user. It means if the user is existing, that will add all the property of that user in a bean, and it will return that bean here. So let's verify this. If user that object is not null, then it will redirect to the welcome page. It means login successfully. Otherwise, it will send a set error message as an invalid user, and send and forward the request to the same login page. Okay, so it will forward the request. So just continue, like we didn't create a welcome view yet, so we need to create the welcome view, and we have that login view already, but not in this form. In the string form, we have we have this in that URL into our JWA interface dot login view. That's done, and let's create another. I think it's done, and let's create a welcome page. So I just create a welcome page here. It should be our JSP. So create another JSP with the name welcome view .jsp. You can put it here. That's welcome.jsp. Just include the header and footer in this. So that is my header. Okay, this one. So I'm gonna include the header here in the header before body, and going to include the footer. So it will be common, so it will display in all the pages. That's why we created it, and just put it after body, and enter the message here. The simple message, like you can put a message in h1 tag, and the message is welcome to the Java web tutorial, like this. So if user is going to successfully logged in, it will show this message. Otherwise, it will send a error message. But now we need to create a controller for that welcome also. So just create another controller, which will be your welcome controller. So we are going to redirect that request from there. So let's create a servlet here. We will be your welcome CDL. Let's copy the name. Okay, it's done. Now go to the JWA. Whenever you create a new file, you have to put the entry here. So we create two new files, just put the entry here. So it will be easy to call them. Public string and welcome control, and again app context plus I put the URL here for the welcome controller. And same we need a URL for the welcome view. So I'm going to use it as a welcome view. Also change the name here, the file name. So in my case the file name is welcome view. Okay, it's welcome view. That should be right. Now we can directly call them. So let's call it welcome view directly. Okay, do one thing. We're going to redirect the request from the whenever it will call the welcome servlet, we'll call the welcome servlet, then will this servlet will call it view, or directly we can pass it. Let's pass it directly. So go to login controller, and if it is successfully logged in, then it should be go JWA view dot welcome. So it's going to welcome controller. By default request will go to the do get method here, and here if the request will come to this welcome controller, it will redirect to view part. The servlet utility dot forward request, the page name in this case JWA view dot welcome view string, and it will go in the form of request and response. Now there was first, and one more thing is remaining, the mapping. So how can we do the mapping? Just going to copy this @web servlet tag we need to use for the mapping here, and just put the name of this servlet and this servlet here. So whenever it will call this URL, it will call this servlet. So how the process will go, let me explain you again. So if user is logged in successfully, it will hit to the welcome controller, which is our servlet. It will come here in the doGet method, and it will check the servlet going to redirect request to the view part. So it's going to display this welcome view page. Okay, so mapping is also done. Everything is done. Let's run and check if it's working or not. Okay, just verify the model part once. Verify the user table. It's fine. Select a strict password, login. Then it's done, I guess. So I just restart my server. Whenever you make any changes in the servlet, you must have to restart the server. So go to login and check the login ID and the password. So here we have one login ID. Before entering the correct name or password, just enter wrong ID password and check the response. Okay, it's not sending the response. It's exactly sending the request, but we are not get the response there. Okay, just go to the user login view and handle the response. So here just create another servlet, percentage equal to servlet utility dot get error message as a request. So if you notice in the login controller, we are going to set error message here, invalid user. That same error message we are going to get here in the login view. So let's execute it again, and okay, just refresh the page. Okay, this time I'm going to go to login and going to invalid username and password. So it should be there. You can see the message invalid username. We can add this one CSS also, so it will be easy to understand. A response h2 take and put it here and add a style. The color should be red. So let's refresh the page and check. Now it should be in red. Now it should be in red. Okay, fine. Now let's log in with a valid username and password. So this is my valid username and this is my valid password. So when I hit the login button, you can see welcome to the Java web tutorial. The message is displaying. It has come to the login controller. So that's it. From the login operation, you can perform the login operation like this, and we'll manage later on like how can you use multiple role, like login as an admin with a single login form. How can you manage that roles, admin and you admin and the normal user, and if you have multiple roles in the application, how can you manage them. And in the next tutorial we have to use the logout operation, because if I'm gonna go to back it will not work, so we must have to add a logout button here so we can invalidate the session. Now today we'll discuss about the sessions. This thing will manage by the session, and then we'll put a logout button to invalidate the session. So exactly to perform the logout operation, we need to know about the session. So what is the session? Session is a unique identity that we create whenever the user is going to enter into the application. It will create a unique session. So how can we create a unique session here? So there is a class HTTP server, HTTP session, and we get session here, and we set the attribute with the session name and the session value. So here we can pass the username or something, some unique identity of that user. And then how, if you want to get the session, how can we get the session.get attribute, and we'll pass this name here. And whenever I need to invalidate the data, I just call that session request.get session and put it as a false and call session invalidate. So how can we implement this in real time? Let's move to our servlet page and just copy this code. Okay. Okay. Here into the login controller, just move to the login controller. After the successful login, if user is successful logged in, before getting logged in, we need to create a session for that particular user. So here we just create a session, just define the object at the top. So that we define. So I'm going to define another variable, just import the HTTP session. Okay. Now just create a session name. So I create a session name as a user, and the value, session value. So I just enter here. I have user object. We already said there. We are get there. So this should be user dot get first name. We can say anything, first name or last name. So we set a session here. Now we need to invalidate the session whenever we need to go logged out. Now we can set a message there also as a user, like for example I set a session here, and if I want to get the session into my JSP page, so I just move to the welcome.jsp, and for example I need to get the session here and I want to print. So let's get the session first. String session, I can say the name as should be name equals to session dot get attribute session dot get. Okay, just copy the syntax. I just messing the syntax there. Okay, should be session dot get, and here I need to pass the name. So my session name is user. So just put it like this, and we can print it directly. So I'm gonna just use equal sign there, so it will print there. And just add a message here. So should we spend time? Will work. Okay, welcome that particular user. So now by this way we can set a session and get the session. So let's run the code and log in the application again and check this time session will work. I just logged in into the application user. Okay, you can see the welcome user. It means the session name, username will be displayed here. The first name. Let's edit it like demo and apply it. Finish. Reload this. I could run it again. So go to home page, go to login. You can see the name here as a demo. So by this way you can set the session. By using this session, let's implement the login operation now, or sorry, logout operation now. So we need to insert a login but logout button in the header section. So just go to the header section, and after this create one more li, and the name of this link will be log out. So now here we are going to use some query string operation also, that will be helpful. I remove, and here is the link. In this link we are going to pass that operation to, again we are going to hitting the login controller. So let's see how can we call that login controller here, and it will be again add the percent sign. This equals to our name of JWA view dot login controller set. I don't want to edit, close it. And then I need to pass this operation sign. Okay, so we are going to pass this whenever user going to click on this logout, it will redirect to the login controller and send an operation as a logout. So it's just query string, the name of this operation, and send the string as a logout. We'll get it and verify it. So now let's move to the login controller. We are here in the login controller. As I told you, by default request will come to that doGet method. Now we'll check if just check the string operation equals to capital S. String op equals to request dot get parameter, and here I pass the operation name, which is my operation. So if I move to the header.jsp again, the name is operation. This is another way to get parameters. So just I pass this, and this is my key here as an operation. Let's get it here as an operation. Now let's put a condition here. If op dot equals to logout, then so what is the message that we are sending from the logout is logout. Let's move to the login controller. If it is equal to logout, then it should be invalidate this session. So let's call the code to invalidate the session. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, we are going to invalidate the session. Before that, in servlet we need to define the session. So as we define here, let's define it in the dogget as well. Let's define this into the dogget as well, and this time it's going to be a false. Okay, fine, done. And finally, after logout, it will redirect to the login view. So just put it here, and you can remove this line. This is an extra line there. Okay, so now we will call the end session and invalidate the session in this line, then send the setup message as a logout successfully, and redirect to the login. Now this logout message will be read by our response request here as an error message, get error message. I think it's done. Let's execute and work on this, how it is working or not. Okay, now the session is valid, so it's showing the logout. We'll put the check here so it will not display here. So if I logged in, you can say this is the welcome user, and if I log out, it will redirect here. The main thing in the header is showing that user is logged in or something. The next video will manage the roles, like how if user is logged in, what kind of header parameter should be displayed, or how can we, or what kind of should be not display, or we can easily implement it here, like let's get a session and just continue in this video only, so it will be easy to understand you as well. So as in the login, somewhere I did just get the session in the welcome. Okay, in the welcome I get the session, so just create the same session in the header file at the top. Here we can create it and store as this into a string user equals to this user session. We can name it as a user session and convert this into a string, and it will be capital S. Okay, just remove this, it's fine now. Just put the semicolon there, so everything is working. Okay, fine. Now we can put the condition in the text here. Just put the condition here. Yeah. Open the JSP tag, and if the user session equals to null, it means user is not logged in, then this whole data should be displayed apart from logout button. So just close the if condition here. So whatever the Java code you are going to return into the JSP, you should use this text, scriptlet text. Else, if user logged in, it means user session is not null, then else we should display this section, means the logout button. And also we can add more like home. We can add more like home. We can add the home tag or contact us and about us page. Just add them here. So what in this case, if user is logged in, means session is not null, then this part of header will display. If user is not logged in, it means session is null, then the condition will go true and it will display this section. Let's check the output now. Okay, there is some error in header. Let's see what is this. It's session exception account processing this header at line 15. Okay. Okay, it's not taking it like this. It's not going to convert into the session and should be, let's keep it as JDBC session. Or I guess we have to do typecast here. So I'm going to use this typecast. This should be work now. Fine. So we just apart from converting them to string forcefully, we just do the typecast here in a string. Now let's log in and okay, no problem. Let's run it again. So it's showing the null. It means we are it's getting the value as a null. Okay, so this is happening due to the some null value. Let's find out the null value, where it will come, from where it will come. So let's run it and check that way. Let's log out it and click to log in. You can see it shows null pointer exception at the Java login controller at line number 40. Let's move to the 40, line number 40, and when we check the line number 40 here, it's getting the value as a null. So how we forget to handle the exception here, so just handle one exception. So how can we handle it? Just close this and put a try catch block. Try catch block. It's going to be handle our exceptions. So then add exception there, exception E, and system sys out, just print a message. Okay. So now if the value will come as a null, it will show exception, which will handle by here, but at the same time it's going to perform the logout operation. Now it should work, and let's run it again. So this time we didn't click on the like why that exception will come, because we are not click on that logout button in the header. So whatever the operation from there from here is going to as a null value, but we are not click there and we are getting the parameter here, so it should definitely, it will show the null value. So now it should work. We already run the refresh the code, click on the login, and now it's working. When I click on the user, now you can see as here Navar homepage and logout button is there, but I think we said more. If I check the header, we have about us and contact us. Also it's disabled from here, so just remove the disable. Now, okay, now we have two more things as contact us and about us. So this is just design issue. We'll solve it, and when I click on the logout, it will automatically redirect on the login page. And let's set a message also. So when user click on vote success message, and I think we need to get this message on the login view page. Login view page. We are getting here as an error message, but not a success message. So just set one more message as get success message as a request, and this time color should be green. It's green. Okay, so now it's logged in, it's log out and log out successfully. So this is all from the login logout purpose, and now after login we'll see some list of users. We'll perform edit and delete operation on that. Next operation is like we're gonna add one more column here, one more tab here, which is going to say now user list. So when we are going to click on this link, the user data should be displayed, the complete user data. Like we are going to retrieve this data into the front end. So it will be a tutorial to get the data from the database. Okay, so let's move there on the article. And so again, we have to design a user view where we're going to see the user data and create a model. User model, we have that already created, and in that user model we'll create a new method which is going to help us to get data from the database and implement the user list in the controller and send that user list to the front end, or you can say the view part. So let's create a user view here. Let's just start the process, and I'm going to create this file. So if I'm going to switch my ID under the JSP. Okay, in the welcome we have already set a message, so let's create another JSP file there, and it will be our user view list. We have already that user view from where we are going to perform the registration operation, so this will be our list view. So we create a class here, we create a page here, user list view, and in this list view I'm going to put this data, this code. So this is the basic format of a table. So it contains the ID, name, login ID, and the password etc. So let's include it in our code and run it. How's working now? Let me import some header and footer there. It's already there, I guess, so I'm going to use the as it is. So I just replace the header. No, it's same. So that's not an issue, that will work fine. And under our package, you can see the which package we are going to work. Under our interface, let's create JVA view. Let's create another URL that's going to redirect, that's going to work with our view page. So I just define another variable which will be user view list, and here we are going to call user view list. So whenever we need to call this page, we will call this variable from JVA view interface. Okay, let's create another controller for this view. So I'm going to create a controller. Now I think we don't need to create a controller. We can handle in the user model or user country user list controller. So for now, let's create a in future if we know if it will not require, we'll remove it. Okay, so let's create another user list control. This will be our list. So I'm going to create another servlet there. Let's create a servlet. Go to other, create a servlet is there. Yes, create a servlet. and the name is as its user list CTL. When I click finish, it called a servlet there. And now I'm just going to map it and redirect it to show you the data that we are going to perform in the front end. So I just put it here, and okay, we need to import it. Web servlet done, and the name is user list CTL. Okay, user list CTL is done. Okay, again I create a file, so I need to create a variable for the controller as well. So here I create another variable, user list CTL, and here I'm gonna pass this URL name. So whenever I need to call this servlet, I will call this variable. Stand. And now exactly from where I'm gonna call this, I'm gonna call this from header. But before calling this, I'm gonna call this user list controller, and when we call this, it will come here and don't find anything. So let's redirect this servlet to view. So servlet utility dot forward. So whenever we call this servlet, it will send the response to our view part, so which is the user list view list. So JWA view dot user view list, and send the request in a request response form. So now just move to the header and call it. In the header right now we have two parts, when user session is null or not null. But in this case, in our case, we need to show when user session is not null. It means the user is logged in and you can check the user list. So I create another column, another menu there in the top menu, and which is named as a user list. Here we are going to pass a name under the href, which will be JWA view. Here we are going to call this that servlet. So it will be user CTL user list CTL, means user list control. I think it's done. So I guess we have designed the table view and we have linked that. Now we just need to create a model and just create communication with the database and get that data and display that data in the table. So you can see the new page here as a user list. So when I click on the user list, you can see the user list, a dummy table is there, table design is there, ID, name, login, mobile, birthday. But in our case, this field is not there. So let's change this data and it's converted ID, first name, last name, login, password, DOB, and mobile. So let's move to the list view now, and the list view, and its first name. Okay, so these are the table headings, th, and I'm going to enter the last name, first name, last name, login, password. Login is there. Let's add one more as a password. And DOB and mobile. Okay, these are already there, so I'm gonna just change it to DOB. Okay, so now we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 data, 7. So I'm gonna enter 208 some more row, 4 5 6 7. I'm gonna remove 1. Okay, so these are the data that we are going to print in the list. Just refresh the page and definitely we'll see the DOB. Okay, one extra field is there. Let's remove this one. It's fine. Okay, let's change the header part little bit and make it a bit more attractive. So let's see. So it's going to see the contact us page and navigation item. So just wait a second. I have to check like where we are going to do mistake there. It's the navigation URL. Okay, just put it out of this condition so it will work. Okay. Okay, now it's fine. So that's it, and let's move to the model part now. And I'm going to just move to the user model, and under the user model we are going to communicate with the database. So I just open the model package, go to user model in the same class, and here I create another method that's going to get the data from the database. So let's move there, and user view is done. Where is the user model class? Okay, it's there. So I'm going to just copy this method, and this method is going to help us to get the data from database. So let's understand what this method is doing here. So we create a list. The method name is list, and it's going to get the user list from the database. The very first step we have created here as an array list that going to store our data that comes from database. And under the package block, I create a JDBC data source connection, and I fire a query select asterisk from user. Asterisk means all the data that available in this user table. And then I fire the query, and again then as I have to create whenever I get the data, I create a user bean object, and I set a user ID as a ID. Then I'm gonna set a first name, last name, login, password, DOB, mobile number. So all the data will come from the database, will added in this list. In this list, and as a user, and it's going to add in this list, and this list indirectly contain the user, and user is an object of user bean that contain all the property ID, first name, last name, password, login, etc. So indirectly we are going to pass object of user bean in a list form, so that all the data, this list method will return all the data. Now how can we get this data from the controller? So if user going to request, the request will come to the list controller, and list controller going to communicate with a model class and get the data and send the data to this user view list. Let's see how can we perform this operation there. So let's move to there, and under the do get, right now we are not passing any request. So let's copy this code, and I will explain you how this code is working. Okay. Here we have created one object of user model. So indirectly we need to get the data from the user model, and I create a list variable which is null right now, and I store a model list. It means we are calling that method that we just created in the user model, this list method here, and store the data in this list. And to check the output, we are going to say, print it, so I'm going to remove it for now, it's not required. So I put a condition there: if list equals to null and size is equals to 0, Then we are going to set an error message which says record not found. In case it's both condition goes wrong, then we are going to call the servlet utility set list. In this list, we are going to set this list that coming from the data, and we are going to pass the forward method to list view. It means this time this forward will not directly forward method will not redirect the page to user view. Instead of redirecting the page, it will set a message, set a list, so it will goes with the data. And let's see at the front end, or you can say user view, list view, how can we get the data here and how can we print the data. Indirectly the data is coming, whatever the data user can see will display from here under the JSP. So somehow I have to take the data from user servlet, the servlet to view part. So let's see how can we achieve this. So here we have a reference and you can see it here. Let me get it properly so you have to understand it better. So this is the usable code that we are going to use in the entire. So at the very top, so these are the headings, these are the fixed, and it's not going to be changed. Before this table, I'm going to create a scriptlet tag to get this data. So if you can see, I define an integer index 1 and list servlet utility dot get list request iterator it dot request, and while it dot has next, it means whatever the list will coming from the servlet utility. So we set that list and now we are getting that list. So now the list that list have this variable, the list hold by this variable, and it list dot iterator. So it's going to, we are going to iterate the data from this list. So while it has next, it's going to get the data. So I have, did you notice I have just opened this here and I didn't close it, so I have to close it at the end. So let me end it here somewhere. So I'm gonna just end up it here, and this name is user, our bean name is user, not user beans, user bean, not beans. Let's import this packages, so it's going to be help us. So list another package I have to import for servlet utility. Should be servlet utility, and then I need to iterator. So iterator from the util package itself, and the user bean from our bean package. Okay, it's done. Now we have to print this data here. So let's call it, now this all the value have this variable, this user bean object will contain all the values. So how can we get this value? If you notice in the model class we have set all the values. If you already set the values to any object, any user to the user object, then here we can easily get that value. So I'm gonna put a message here under the servlet tag, again the scriptlet tag, which says user dot get id. It's done. And apart from this, I'm going to use this same tag in every field and I'm going to print it. So our next field is get first name, correct, and then last name, correct, and then it should be login ID and password, I guess. Next is the last name is done. I think the next is login ID. So I'm going to enter the login ID and next will be password that I think we should not display on the front end, so I'm going to remove this. And we don't need to display the password, so I'm going to remove one field from here as well, and the mobile number and DOB. So get mobile number and the DOB. Get DOB, should be DOB. Okay, now if you notice there is some error, and which is not exactly error, so just Control A, Control X, save the empty page, and again V, Control V, and save it. It's gone. Now I think everything is done, and we are ready to grab the code at the front end and just refresh the page, and it's not showing the page. Okay, click on the user list. So I guess the data is not there, something is wrong. Okay, let's check it here as an error. So it says there is some error into our SQL. So let's check our SQL package. What is the error there? Select asterisk from user. That's correct. I don't think so. There should be an error. What is the name of our user in a small letter? That's it. I'm sure. Okay, let's print the size of our list and check how the data is coming or not, so we can get the exact position of that particular error. And list.size, and likely we are going to pass some checks to get the error, where exactly we are getting the error. So print one message here as well, so it will confirm the connection. Fire query, that's it. So let's run it again, log in and check how it's working. For run it, I'm going to clear the console. So you can clear the console by clicking on this icon. So I just clear the console and pass the click on the user list. So you can say data is not there, something is going wrong again, and let's see. So you can see the size is 0, it means it's not getting the data from the database. And fire query is also working. The column L name not found, it says the column name is not found, so we have to change the name, also verify. That's really good. So we have first name, F name, so is there F name, ID is there, and you can say L name. So I'm gonna pull the L name. Login is there, password is there, DOB and mobile is there. That's not an issue. Now I think it should be work. So we have fixed the issue, and click on the user list. You can see the data is there, the complete data is coming from there. Oh, it's retrieving the data again and again. Like you can see that, did you notice the heading is coming here and here? So we did one mistake. Let's open the user list view, and whatever the header part we have to keep it out of the loop. And actually we are passing the while loop to retrieve the data again and again, but we put the header also, this table heading also. So what exactly we need to do, we need to remove this table heading from there to there. Now this part will execute only once, then this part will be execute until the loop is didn't terminate, this whole while loop didn't terminate. So let's run it again. Now it's fine. Okay, so let's take a overview how it's working. So at the very first we have designed this view part, and we just load it. Whenever we load it, the request will goes to user list controller. the list controller will communicate with the model, user model, and it will request to get the list method, and this list method will communicate with the database, get complete data, convert into the user object form, and send it to the user list. Then list will set as a request and send the for request to the view part, and in the view part we are getting this data here and just printing the data. And now we are going to work to update the data. First I'm going to move to code 1 codec, going to Java web tutorial, and we have done with this how to get data in a user list, and now we are going to work on to edit the data. How can we perform the edit operation to edit any data? So the very first we need from the front end side, let's make some changes in the front end side, then we'll move to the back end side. So at the very first option at the front end side, it means where we are getting the user list, we need to add an edit button here in this place. So let's add an edit button there, and then we'll continue. So step 1 is there. Step 1, perform edit operation using JSP Servlet. So to add an edit button in your list, so this complete article, this complete tutorial series, this complete course, whatever the article you are getting here, it's designed step by step. So if you're gonna follow this from the initial level, it will work similarly. So I'm gonna just my src web, and let's check the page. So the user view list page, here we are going to show here we are showing complete data in the list. So I'm gonna add one more table data tag here, one more table data, which is called edit. Okay, so now if I'm gonna refresh this, you can see the edit button is there, and we can name it as a action, as a heading. So another th, which is called action. You can see under this section we have edit. Yeah. So now when we click on the edit, it should redirect on the edit page and work now. So now the next step we have is going to in the registration control or the sign up control, sign up page control, and going to pass some data in the doGet method. So here I pass one ID. They already we have any user object. That's user object getting data from the user, like user get ID, first name, last name. So we need to edit a specific data, like we need to edit this user data, only this record or this record. So we need a unique ID to identify the user. So as you can see, we have already this user ID as a unique, which is returning here this user.getID. So we are going to redirect user to our registration control. In our case, in this project case that we are working, our controller page is user controller, I guess, user controller, yes. So we are going to redirect user to this page, user controller, and let's redirect user. So it will be add some scriptlet tag, and directly we can pass the user CTL. So it's going to redirect user to user CTL, and the ID will be user ID. Whatever the ID come from the data when user, like if user going to click on this edit operation, this ID will goes with a query, and if user going to click on this button, then this ID will go there. So that's it. Now the controller will goes to the user controller, and user controller, it will go by default on the do get method. So we need to make some changes in the do get method now. So let's copy. I'm going to copy this code to save the time, and then we'll explain the code to you. Right. This much code only. Okay, so at the top I'm gonna paste this code. So user model, so this time what we need to do, we need to perform edit operation. So you can see I have created an object of user model, which is our database transactions package model. Here we need to add a method which will be our update method. So it's not implemented yet, it will be implemented in a while. And now we are going to get the id request.get parameter. So this id will come from this link. So you can see a parameter as a id. So when I pass the parameter, this parameter here, and it will return the id. So the id will be stored in the long in this variable. So this id will be come from the front end or view part. So now I put a condition here. If id is greater than 0, then user bean equals to null, like the whatever the object we have at the user bean should be null, and then bean equals to find by pk. So what is the find by pk here? So if you see at the top, we have method, we have to create a method find by pk. It means we need to find that user at the very first, then we'll set the attribute to the b. Okay, let's create one method there in the model, which will be our find by pk, and then we'll work on it. So here we have this method, which will be our find by pk. So I'm gonna create this method under the user model. Exactly, we need to find the data, find that particular user, that particular record that we are going to edit. So let's create. So this method will take a id and will again create a database connection and fire a query, select a stick from user table where id equals to question mark. So we're gonna set a long id on this question mark. So this is the exactly id that we are going to pass in this string. So select a stick from the user where id equals to this. So if user gonna click, if user gonna click on this button, then if user gonna click on this button, then this id will be passed in the query and the complete data will be written. And if user gonna click this button, this id will be goes there and this complete data will be found there. Okay, so let's see now. So as I execute the query, in the result set we are getting the user object. We create a user bean object and set that whatever the data coming from the database will set here. So if I talk about the database in Java table, user table, we have first name, last name, login, password, DOB, and mobile. So I'm gonna change this. First name, last name is okay. Then we have login, okay. Then we have password, okay. Then we have DOB and mobile, perfect. So we have everything there, and it's going to return an object. So now just move to the user controller. Now this bean has the data. So whatever the requests come from the front end to edit, will pass the id into find by key, and it will return the data to this bean, and we send the data to the with a request attribute. So if If id is not equal to 0 or is greater than 0, then it will set a request to this. Now this data will goes to registration view page, and already we have the bean there. Now we have to get that bean so we can show the data when user going to edit it. Let's do it now. So I'm gonna move with the top. Then so we need to add one line code there, which will be a very user bean, and I'm gonna put it the messages. So we are going to put like this on the user view page. Let's edit here. In the user view page, in our case, our user view page is a registration page. For example, if you're gonna log out, click on the registration. So right now it's not working because of this error. So when user click on the edit button, the record will come this page and it will display like this. Then user will edit it and submit it for the update. So the very first step, we are trying to show the data like this. So I put the request, so whatever the request will come from the user control, it will redirect to user view, and then user view will get the data. Let me pass the class name here. So in our case, the project name is this is our package name, and the class name is dot user bean. Then so now we have the complete data in this bean object, and we are getting the request as a scope as a request. Now we need to show the data at the front end. Let me show now how it's working. Let's run it. Still the data will not display there in the form, but when we set the data once, the data should be displayed there. So as I click on the login, okay, click on the user list, okay, I click on the edit. You can see it's redirecting on the user page to edit, but the complete data is not displayed here. So now this bean will help us to display the data. So just open this bean ID and find every input field. So like if we have that input field for the first name, so I'm gonna place in this place, according to in this value place, I'm gonna enter some data. So it should be percentage equals to bean dot get first name, and from where we are setting this data, we set this data here in the user control already and set it to it, and in the user view we are getting the data. So now this data will come in the first 10, and now if I'm gonna edit this, you can see that Remo is there. Now user can edit it. Let's refresh it, and now if you want to edit and change it, then we'll update it. Okay, perfect. So first name is done. Similarly, we can add all the last name and mobile. So let's do it very fast. So bean dot get last name. Another I have is a login ID, so I'm going to percent equals to bean dot get. It's not the last last name is login, and password we don't need to show the password, so user is not going to update the password. And so if you want to update the password you can show, but other user is not going to, so just dov. So again percent equals to being dot get password, and in the mobile number also it's going to be update the mobile number, so being dot get mobile number, and that's it. Now if I'm gonna edit this, you can see the complete data will display here. Now you can see still we have the registration button, so we can put a check here. Like for example, whenever user going to register first time, the ID should be 0. But in the case of edit, the ID has some value. This bean.get ID has some value. So we can put a condition here in this button text. So we are going to create one more button here, which will be our value as a update, and let's put a condition here. If, so I need a scriptlet take, if bean dot get ID is greater than 0, then this update button should display. So I'm gonna close this it here, close it here, else we create an else part, and under this else part will display the registration. So if that ID has some value, then only the update button will display, otherwise it will display registration page. So let's check it now. So you can see now only the update button is displayed. If I'm going to log out and click on the registration, now we have the registration button. But you can see when I click on the null value, it's showing null when it's going to be registered. So we'll fix it in the next video. It's not an issue. So right now our target is to performing the edit operation. So user, so now it's coming as an update, but if I'm gonna change something, it will not work now. Let's not say it's not inserted, but let's fix how can we do that now. So it's going to operation as a register, operation is a submit button or registration register operation. Now let's move to the user controller. And if you notice, this time when user click on this submit registration button, update button, the data will goes to the form request in the form request of form, and it will hit to the user controller and post method. So you can see here we have a post method. Okay, now we have to implement the updated code here. We already add the code here to add a user. Now we'll mix the updated code here. So at the very first we need a method to update the data. So I move to the user model. I'm going to create a method to update the records. So I'm gonna copy this class for now, this method for now. So I just copied it and I'm going to place it in my user model. So you can see the user model. So in our case it's user bean, so I just change it to user bean, and it takes input as a user object, and so whatever the data is going to be updated. So we create a get connection here, and when pass user set first name equals to question mark, last name equals to question mark, login equals to question mark, password equals to question mark, DOB mobile number, where ID equals to question mark. So we are going to set all the value. So first name, user.get, last name, login ID, password, and the DOB and the get mobile number, and we are going to get ID as a last. So whatever the ID will come from the front end, the user going to, this method going to update the record of that particular ID. So finally we execute and update the query. Then it will, if record is successfully inserted, it will return one value in form of integer or long. So it will be same as we add the user. Now let's move the complete code. This will be a registration page is done, and the user model. So we have done these changes. Okay, that is a controller. So we are going to put a condition there. Let's move to the code. I will make the live changes there. So if user going to update the record, the user bean should have the data. So I'm going to set one more attribute here. So user dot set ID, and it will be request dot get parameter. The parameter will be ID. That is shows now set long pattern. Okay. So need to convert into long. So we are going to use a data utility class, data utility dot get long, and we'll pass the parameter here. So now we have that ID, and I think we'll need to store it in variable now. Yes, if user dot get ID is greater than 0, the same condition that we put into the in the above. So we're gonna see where is here. So if user dot get ID is greater than 0, then it will perform, it will execute this code. So let's do it now. So now it will call, if ID is greater than 0, then it will call the update user method from the user model, and then set servlet utility set success message. User is updated successfully in the request form, else it's not inserted. And if ID is greater than less than 0, then it will execute to this part, which is going to add the data. Correct. And finally it's going to respond the code to users, so it will become after else operation. Correct. So if ID is greater than 0, it's going to update the record. It's less than 0, it's going to register the record. Perfect. So now let's try it once. If it is work, if it's there any error, we'll solve it. So user list, I'm gonna edit this record from Remo. I'm gonna add some more O there, and I'm gonna click on update. Showing not updated means there is some error. Let me show what is the error. So it's executing the add user and the do post, but the ID should be greater than 0 this time. Yes, it is. Okay, let me print this ID to check the records, whatever the record will coming from the database and from the front end. So system dot out dot print. I'm gonna print this ID here. I'm just doing this to check the error. ID for edit. So it will show me whatever the ID will coming. So it's not exactly calling this method. Okay, it's done. So when it's come from the user view, I think we need to set one hidden field as it is there. As from my experience, let me check is there. Okay, perfect. Let me try it once. If it is work, then I will explain the code that I'm doing. Just add it. I'm gonna add some O. Update. It is not still. It has not inserted. And the file query is to.
So I can see the data in my output. It's showing, it's returning the data, like we print ID for edit. So it's printing the ID but it's showing the Java null pointer exception. So somewhere the data is not coming. So we are sending a wrong data. So let's restart our server and check it again if it is work now. So if I'm gonna this, I go to user list and go to Remo. So when I go add some O, if you notice this field is going to null. So let's enter some value here manually. So demo at the rate 123, we can hide this as well. And if you notice in the DOB, it's showing the data of password. So let's do one thing, make some changes in our code. And so let's add some date. Click on update. This time it's going to be update. So let's check the table. You can see some O is there, and if you want to let's check the list, some O means data is edited, was just difference with the formatting. So let's fix it now. So if I want a user view or user list view, sorry. So if I'm going to the user list view, we are
Okay, in the user view. In the user view, we are setting first name get first name, okay, last name get last name, okay, login ID is a login ID, okay. Instead of password, let's add some password as well, so it's not going to create a problem there. Bean.get password, okay, and here also we are getting the password. Instead of password, we have to do the dob, get dob. Yeah. Now it will work perfectly. So there is an issue only with this with the parameters that we are going to pass from the front end. So go to user list, edit some records. If I want to change back to tail, update the record. It says not inserted. Let me check it again. Okay, I didn't remember that value there, so now log in again. Go to list, click on edit, and it's showing dob, okay, the password as well. Okay, so this data should be displayed in the format of this. So if I'm gonna just so the dob date should be in this format. Now it will work. Now if you want to check the list, you can see that. So we have to fix the format for the date. So right now when we're going to edit it, it's showing the data in this format. We'll make this format like instead of dob, get dob. So if I check the data for date format for this, it will be its user controller. Let me check the specific format for the date. Dob, and here get data string. So we have a method in the data utility which is get data string. So I'm gonna pass that method here. So it will be data utility dot get data string. I'm gonna pass it here. Right. Now it will show the data in that format only. So I refresh it, and you can see now data is in this format. Now we can update it. So I'm gonna enter a random data there in the last name and click on update. It should update successfully. You can see the data is updated successfully. So in this way you can perform the edit operation. So if I now open the user, so for example user@gmail.com and password is demo@123. So I'm gonna enter this. I logged in into this and I can check the user. So now we want to delete this record, for example. So just follow the same procedure that we did in the edit. So let's do. I'm gonna move there into my JSP page and check the user view list, and here I'm gonna add one more td which will be my delete operation. So I'm gonna add it like this and I'm gonna change it like delete. Again we need an id because we are going to delete the specific user. So user.get id, user is a bean object there. And now if I refresh this, I will get one option to here, some options to here to delete. So when I click on the delete icon, it will send the id 1. If I click the delete icon, it will send id 2. So according to this id, the option is going to be delete. So right now it's redirecting on the edit page, but we don't need to redirect on the edit page. This time it will go to delete. So it will pass on the same controller but treat as a delete. Okay, so how to perform this? So just move to the article and check. Here we have button which is user controller question mark. It's going to be pass a delete question. Under the user model, let's create one method and That method is going to delete our records, so I'm just going to copy this method from here, and I will explain you how this method will work there. And let's move to the model package to keep the delete method, and it's done now. Okay, put the method here. So this method will going to help us to delete the record. So it will take input as an ID. That ID we are going to sending from the URL, and then it will search the user where ID. You can see the select query here. So delete query here. Delete from user table where ID equals to question mark. So we'll create the database connection in the same way that we are doing from the last 3 or 4 video, and then we'll set the ID to this question mark, then execute update the query. It will return an integer value, and if the value is 1, it means the record is deleted successfully. If it's written 0, then the record is not deleted successfully. Now in the user control we have to do some modifications. Let's see what are these are the modifications. So you can see we already deleted this, we added this thing, and now we have to make some changes in the registration control. In our case that's user control. So simply it's redirecting on the user control, and it will hit to the do get method by default. So we have user controller. Under the controller we have a user controller. It's already busy with some edit operation, I guess. So it's going to find a key, and other controller we have that login controller that's already going to log out operation. Okay, and the user list controller. So okay, let's perform this operation in the user list controller. So just check the view part first. From the view part, we are sending the request to user controller, and let's move to user controller and check the code there. So it has already a code to edit. Now we want to delete the code, so we want to perform some delete operation there. So I think it's not going to delete the records. Okay, it's not an issue. uh, so I can add the code here, but I just planning to reduce the confusion. Like I can do that, but it will be so complicated, so I'm gonna do this in the list view. So this will be very easy. And okay, so I'm gonna call that model here. So I'm gonna just copy paste the code here, and we have all that already object of user model and data utility. I'm gonna import the data utility package here, and get long, that is the value that is coming from the front end as a request. And if id is greater than 0, it will call user model.delete and pass the id. If and set success message is deleted successfully, and then it will get the list and set the list and set this list to, and forward the response to user view list. So or we can do one thing, we can put it at the top of this here. So this code will execute first, then the next code will execute. So I think that's it. Let's execute. Okay, let me check. This is the user list controller. So just go to user view and user list view and check the request to user list controller. So it will go to user list ctl, and what is the name? Just verify once. So it would be user list ctl. Fine. So in the case of delete, it will pass the request to user list controller. Okay, just stop the server because we have made changes in the servlet and run it again. Let's see if it is working or not. Just log in with the user and then there's a list and click to delete the record. Record is deleted, but the message is not printed as a response because we didn't get the response from front end. So just do one changes there. In the list view, we need to view the response. So if you notice from the user controller, we are sending one what is user list controller, we are sending one this message here, data deleted successfully, and we have to get this message from the front end. So in our case, the front end is user view list. So here let's get it before the table. So I'm gonna use servlet tag, scriptlet tag, and it will be servlet utility.get success message as a request, and it's going to be print now. So here we are going to set the success message, and here we are going to get the success message. Okay, so I think this time it should be respond, and let's log out and add some new user there. So just registration, the first name, last name, login ID, password, date of birth, mobile number, any 10-digit number. Sorry, it's going to be sent here. Okay, click to register. User registered successfully. Now log in with that user, and now the other record is there, and now I'm going to click delete. You can see the message here that the data deleted successfully. We have covered almost all the operations. So as I promised, like in the last video, we'll see the image uploading. So I have prepared the complete tutorial over to upload the image, and I will show you how can you upload a file from the front end to your directory. So it needs whenever when you are going to work on the e-commerce project, like sometime you need to upload the product, so you need to add the images there. So let's see an example how the thing is work there. So at the very first, and I'm on the home page and I logged in the application, and here in the header we are going to add a upload image upload option. So let's create JSP and then move. So the first thing that we need to design a page, upload page. So just I'm going to create a JSP page here. So it will be, so I'm going to just show you an example. You can implement it anywhere where you require. So I create one JSP here with upload image view. So here we have this uploads, which just upload JSP, and I'm going to copy paste this code, and this will design a button and an upload button. And so let's see, and okay, so it's done. And now so this is the simple form, like that, the same form that we used when we perform the login operation and other operation. in this, the extra thing that we are adding here, so we need to encrypt type as a multi-type, multi-part or data type. So we need to add this line in the form only. So if you want to log in, like for example, if you want to register, going to register a user, and if you want to perform that operation there, so you just need to search for the form. And where is the form? Here you can see the form. This form is available till method. So if you want to implement that upload option here, you just need to encrypt type, add encrypt type here in the form. Okay, so clear understanding. I'm going to take a separate example, and this is the simple label. Select image to upload, and this is the input type for file. Type should be file, and the name will be photo. And there is a submit button, and which is upload button. So let's include this JSP in our header. So I'm going to follow the same approach. I'm going to open my JWA view, and I just create a new page here. So create a page as a page name will be the upload image view, and here page folder, and I'm gonna add the file name. So the file name will be, what's my file name here? It's upload image view.jsp. So I'm gonna copy paste the same. No, done. Okay, so whenever I need to call this page, I will call this variable. So let's move to the header and add one more line there. So when user and we want to add it when the user is logged in. So let's add a line here. So I'm gonna add one more li here, and this time it will call to, let's create one servlet, then directly we can call the servlet. Okay, so another servlet I'm going to create here to upload the image. So this should be servlet. So I create one servlet, and the servlet name will be upload image. Okay, fine. So I create one servlet, and let's add a name. Just prepare the servlet. So as we add other parameter there, so I'm gonna use the add the web servlet to mapping. So I just add the web servlet, and here I'm gonna pass the same name of my servlet. So whenever I need to call, I will use this name. So again, move to my JWA view and create a variable for our servlet. So I'm going to create a variable for our servlet. I need to pass the name here. So the name should become here, and it will be image upload ctl. So whenever I need to call this servlet, I will call this. Now the next thing, just go to your upload image and into the header page. Okay, just go to header page, and when we add here, just call this servlet. So when I'm going to call this servlet, right now the servlet is empty, but we need to call the view. So how can I call the view there? So in the do get method, as I told you, like so no, it's not the correct one, this one. Let me check the header view, upload image control. Okay, what's redirecting here? JWA, just check the JWA once again, and the CTL. Okay, image. Okay, so just come to our uploader servlet, and I'm going to just remove this line. Under the do get, I'm going to call servlet utility. So whenever we call that servlet, and I will redirect this request to our view. In our case, the view part is, our page name is JWA view dot upload image view. So now when user going to click on the header, and this it will call to servlet, means this page, and this page going to call this view, it means this upload image file. So let's run and check, then we'll implement the backend things, or you can say the upload process. We are going to design a method that's going to help to upload. Okay, so text is still user list, but I think the form is there. Okay, so just change the text from header, move to header and change the text and upload image. Okay, so now when user click on this, it will redirect on that page, but it's not look good. So what can we do now? In the upload image view, we can include or exclude, we can include header and footer. So let's follow some format. So just going to copy from this file, and here before body I'm going to include the header, and in the same manner at the end of the body I'm going to import the footer. Now just click on this, it will look like this. Okay, so this is just example which you can use HTML or CSS to design this thing. This is my aim to show you other image uploading. Okay, so let's come to utility and create a method here which is going to upload the image. So in our package, utility package, under the servlet utility, I'm going to create one method that will be our string upload image. So here I'm going to import some packages. So it's done. It's not done. I think I have implemented the wrong package, I guess. Just remove this, and it's going to end here. Edit here. So I'm going to remove all the package, initial package, and I'm going to include, okay, Java IO. Okay, then for the path we need to include this one. It's going to show me some other there is some packages is missing, so I have to search about the package, which package this method going to use. And so I found the solution, like this servlet version that we are using under our pom.xml is not compatible with this. So we can remove this for now, and I'm just going to remove this dependency. And now the servlet will come from the Apache Tomcat that we are using. So let's see. In case if you at your side, if it is not working, just go to property and go to Java, build a path, go to order and export, and check on this options, click apply and close. Then will automatically take the support of latest version of servlet. So okay, now
If you can see, the error is solved, and as I removed that old version of my servlet, and still we need a file extract file name like this method. So this method is going to extract the exact file name from the file. So I have created one method for this. So this is the method. Let me add this method, then I will explain you how this is how these things are working. Okay, so we have a method upload image. It will take a request and response in the file name, or you can say string as a name or file name as an input, and here we create a path, an exit path where we need to save our file. So we can do one thing, we can add this path in our directory in a system.property, or directly you can pass it here. So if you want, you can add it into the your like file system.property. So like I can define a variable here, image path, and enter it like this state, and I can call this as a system.property that we are calling. So to read the directory that system.property, as we are using from long the resource bundle object here. So I'm going to create an object of this in the same file. Let's see, and I can call it rv.get a string, and here I'm going to pass my key. So what is my key in this case? In this case, key is image path. So it was I passed the image path. Now the path is dynamic, so whenever you need to change the path, you just need to change the path here. It will automatically change in all the application. So this is the path of image, and we create an object of file, and that is stored on the image path, and then we create, like, if file directory is not exist, just create one directory and add the photo there. And here we need a name of file, so we are going to call the method extract file name. So this is the separate method. We will take a part as an input and get the file name and return to the this string, and finally this method will return the name and the file name. Okay, so name means the path, name means the exact path of that file. So now we can move to the our servlet. So for clear the confusion, I'm going to close all the tab now, and I'm going to directly switch to the image, upload image. And here, as you noticed from from this, we are calling as a post method here. So the request will come to post method. So if you come to the post method and just remove the doGet call, and in the post method we are going to put this code. So okay, fine. So again we create an object of part and a variable of part, and we are just going to call the method from our servlet utility. In our case, it's available in the servlet utility. It's depend on you where you are going to create that that particular method. So in my case, I create in the servlet utility, so I just call the servlet utility dot upload image. So I'm going to call this upload image. So it will take as a request and response in the file name. So from where this file name is coming, this is coming from the front end. So when user click on the upload button, this form will be submitted and send a name as a photo. This photo will be get here. No, this servlet, this photo will be get here, and it will create a part. Okay, so again this method upload image method is return a image name, so I'm gonna print it for confirmation. Image name, okay, and I'm gonna print it out dot print. You can say we will print it console system dot out dot println, and image name is plus img, so it will print the name of that file. Okay, so I think it's done, and we can print a message image is uploaded successfully. So but it's not required, we'll check it in this image folder. And now the time to set the path. So now, for example, we are going to add, this is the project, so this is image. Okay, so these are the folder image. So we need to set the path of this image folder. So just right click on the folder and copy this path and go to your system property, and you can change the path accordingly. So in my case, the path is this, and just add double slash because it's going to as a string. So I just add a double slash there. Okay, so I'm going to run it again and let's test if it's working or not. Okay, so click on the image upload, choose a file. So I'm going to move my desktop and I'm going to choose a picture of, for example, I'm going to choose this, and so click on upload. Okay, now we miss one thing. Go here and just check this form is not redirecting on our servlet. So what we do is create one small package and JWA dot, we are gonna upload image controller. So we are going to redirect on this. Now it will redirect me on this. So upload image, choose file, I'm going to choose the file and image. So now there is some error and it says unable to process part as no multi configuration has been provided. Okay, let's restart everything and let me try it one more time. Okay, so we missed the configuration, so we need to take up another servlet tag here, and which is going to @ multipath config max file size is 16 MB of this size. So we need to add this. So if you import it first time, it will ask to import a file, so just go and import it. Done. Let's try it now. Now everything is set, I guess. Should work now. So I'm gonna upload the image, this image, this image, this image. Okay, now the issue with the file path. So just go and check the path that coming from the front end, from our system property. Let's try it directly. If it is work, then we can change it later. So I'm going to copy this part directly, and I'm going to move my servlet utility, and instead of this I'm going to pass my direct path this time. I hope this time it should work. So the image open, upload, done.
So it's showing blank message because we are not redirecting or printing any message. But now if you're gonna check the image folder, just refresh the image folder and check the new that the new image is there in your location. So just go to property, go to the location, check it under the image, get a new image. Okay, so this way you can upload the image. So just I need to check the verify the name, like whatever the path is there. So let's print the path here. So I'm gonna print rv dot plus rv dot get string, and I'm gonna pass my key value now. So in this case the key is image path. So let's check what is the output is coming. So this is the image name, and let's run it again. Let's run it. Okay, the path is correct, I guess. It's coming web and this. Okay. So let's replace this again and make one simple changes. I guess we should remove this thing. Okay. So the inverted comma will create the problem, I guess. Now it should work direct with the system path as well. So I'm gonna upload another image now. This time I'm gonna upload another image. So for example, I'm gonna upload this one. Done. So now it's working the path, the issue with that inverted commas, and now if you can see the image there, you just need to refresh the server and go and refresh. You can see the next image is there. Okay, so auto refresh, you just need to check one setting, go to preference, search for the preference, and in the menu open the preference, go to general, go to workspace, and click on this refresh using native boot. So automatically it will refresh your server. So wanna see demo? Let's see. When I enable the auto refresh, it will automatically refresh the server in some time, in 5 seconds or some time. So I'm gonna upload another image. For example, this time I'm gonna upload this. It's done, and you can see the image is automatically there. This one. So in this way you can upload image and you can play with it. So I hope the tutorial will helpful for you. I will provide the complete code in this link, so you can directly visit the link and you can grab the code from there. And we have covered all the tutorials, and now as I think, if you want if you go going to a review on some specific project, you can review that project. Will provide, and if you have any question you can ask me. You can mail me, you can comment me anywhere, so we'll try to help it, and I have covered all the topics. So thank you so much to being, and hope you will learn a lot from